face a risk of extinction depending upon the rise in the temperature from 1.5 degrees Celsius to 5 degrees Celsius. We look at it, so it will vary from 3 to 48%, which is very, very significant, and it's an alarming situation. In ocean and coastal ecosystems, risks of biodiversity loss ranges between moderate to very high, depending upon the increase on the global warming levels from 1.5 degrees Celsius to 3 degrees. So that is very, again, it has to be kept in mind while we are assessing the risks on the near term and the long term basis. Now, adaptation measures. It's depending everybody, when we are talking about the adaptations, the planning and implementation have continued to increase across all regions. Everybody has started planning and then how to implement and how to combat this particular situation. At least 170 countries and many cities have included adaptation in their climate policies and planning processes. Everybody is talking about adaptation can generate multiple additional benefits, such as improving agricultural productivity, innovation, health and well-being, food security, livelihood, and biodiversity conservation, as well as reduction of risks and damages. So, of course, because adaptation has to be there, it is inevitable. We have to plan for it. Otherwise, we will be facing a different situation. However, most observed adaptation is fragmented. We are maybe thinking that we are trying to adapt, but then it is on a very small scale and incremental, sector specific, and designed to respond to current impacts or near-term risks. So our planning is only for the near-term risk. It has to be on the long-term basis as well. Now, sustainable development goal, because our planning and the development has to be on the sustainable basis. So for that, the United Nations members in 2015, they adopted the agenda for 2030 for sustainable development, which provides a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet now and into the future. Because when we talk about the sustainability, it is always making the development in such a way so that at least the future is secure. At its heart are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are an urgent call for action by all the Hello. Developed and developing in the global partnership. Fisheries and aquaculture offer, out of 17, we have the 5 targeted the goals where reduce hunger and improve nutrition, alleviate poverty, generate economic growth, improve life below water, and ensure better use of natural resources. But through this sustainable development goals, we can address several issues which will be helping the global problems. Now, these are the 17 sustainable development goals. It's already, as far as to ensure the sustainability, especially in the fisheries sector, the code of conduct was adopted in 1995 by FAO for especially to ensure that at least the nutritional, economic, social, environmental, and cultural importance of fisheries and the interest of all those concerned with the fisheries sectors are ensured, and the states and the users of living aquatic resources should conserve aquatic ecosystem. So these are some of the conducts, but then code of conduct which has to be followed in principle. But then the major problem is lying that is the lot of awareness, and in the different languages it has to be translated. And then, although we have come to the Silver Jubilee celebration, more than that, now the time has come. So it has to be ensured that effective conservation and management of the living aquatic resources are ensured through following the code of conduct by responsible fisheries. When we look at the aquaculture overall situation, the total the global production of the fisheries is 179 billion metric ton, out of which aquaculture contributes to 82.1 million metric ton, which is of course from 2008 to 2017. We look at that there is a tremendous growth in aquaculture, which is more than 25%, whereas as far as in the capture fisheries, it has been only 7.5%. So when as compared to the capture fisheries, the aquaculture growth has been tremendous, and the contribution from the aquaculture is becoming more than 50% in future, which is expected. And in the future also, as far as the demand from the fishery sector is expected, which will come from only aquaculture. But when look at the national scenario, India is of course the second largest producer of the fish in the world, and about 68% of India's fish comes from aquaculture sector. In 2019-20, if you look at the figures, out of 14.164 million tons, the marine sector is contributing to 3.7 million metric ton, and the inland sector is contributing 10.43 million metric ton. As far as the fish seed production is concerned, which is the basis for the aquaculture growth, which is around 52,000 crores of fry against the total demand of more than 60,000 crores. So there is a deficiency in the seed production, so which has to be looked into. And as far as the fish sale is concerned, more than 91% is marketed fresh. And the export commodity, because especially the shrimps, which from the India we are exporting, and the major share is coming from the three major species, which is monodon, Phenomai, and Macrovacuum, and this contributed to the tune of more than 46,000 crores, which is quite significant. And yes, aquaculture, and let's have a look on how the climate change is impacting. Of course, the capture fisheries, there are some negative impact, but in aquaculture, we are experiencing some positive impact as well as of the climate change. Climate change is when we look at, is now considered a risk to global food production and a major threat to the quality and quantity of production, food security, particularly access to dietary protein, which is most important, because when we talk about the malnutrition, the protein has to be taken into consideration, is increasingly being threatened by the predicted effects of climate change. Then the several projections show that the entire aquaculture value chain is vulnerable to the effects of climate change. But then it all depends on the different locations. The total technical potential of carbon sequestration is about 0.79 million hectare of aquaculture points which is about 0.9 teragram carbon per year. Now, another thing is there are direct and some indirect effect of climate change on aquaculture. One direct effect is the physical and physiology of finfish and shellfish stocks and production system, because the temperature is the most important parameter which affects the growth of fish. So with the increase of the temperature, the fish comes under stress, which affects the physical and the physiological status of the fish and shellfishes. The indirect effect of the climate change is on altering the primary and secondary productivity in the water, the structure of the ecosystem, and input supplies. The input supplies are also very much affected, because when we look at the input for the feed, especially because feed is comprising the most important component as far as aquaculture is concerned, where the 60% cost comes is towards the fish feed. Now, when we are manufacturing the feed, the main ingredient is fish meal and fish oil, which is becoming expensive, and there is a lot of competition between the other players, especially from the veterinary sector. But on the other hand is the requirement, it is the availability of the fish meal is becoming less, because the catch from the capture fisheries is reducing, and then that is affecting even the cost, and indirectly also this is again affecting the aquaculture production and becoming a major threat for the future. Now, the rising temperature, which has been predicted 1.5 degrees Celsius, which will definitely increase the mortality, and the most of the fishes are under threat. Especially the species which are on the Arctic, or especially this extreme southern areas where you have the problems of the ice melting, and the colder areas where again these species are under threat. So and the intertidal shellfishes, due to thermal stress, is also getting affected. The warmer periods may promote longer growing season. That is the another one positive part of the temperature rise, which will be there, whereas the breeding season would be prolonged, and even the maturity will be advanced. And it is expected that the production would also be in the, especially the warmer water species will be able to grow on for the longer duration, and also in the regions of the colder area where the temperature is rising. So these warmer species can also be produced in those areas. So with that, probably the aquaculture production of especially the warmer species are expected to rise. Besides, the warmer periods may provide the opportunity to culture new species, new candidate species in those areas, because when the especially, and then also the improvement of the genetic improvement of the especially different species are expected, and definitely the total aquaculture, which will contribute to the aquaculture production, especially in those areas. Now, ocean acidification is another issue, because where the rising in temperature, and especially the pH level is reducing and going down, and which is also especially creating problem for the microalgae and macroalgae, and especially the more of especially those species which are found in the lower regions of the the system, especially corals are getting affected. And but on the other hand, then some of the species which have got otoliths are especially in the marine species, makes them susceptible to the ocean's acidification, and their growth and development may particularly be affected. But it has to be seen that how these things are even damaging the tissues and impairing the respiration. Now, the another threat, which is probably is the main diseases and the harmful algal blooms in the aquaculture ponds, and especially when the open water bodies also. The culture species, when they are exposed to the thermal stress conditions, become more susceptible to diseases, and their warmer conditions may result in the establishment of exotic species, the diseases. This is what has been experienced, especially in case of venami, especially the shrimp farming, which is the major contributing towards the aquaculture, especially the export also. So that has been affected by the diseases. So the rising temperature is also likely to accelerate the replication rate, virulence, life cycle longevity, and transmission of pathogens among several finfish and shellfish species. That is a major problem now we are experiencing, because it is coming from the exotic species, and that is creating a threat for the indigenous flora as well. Recently, an unprecedented loss of fish was recorded worldwide, was reported in Chilean aquaculture, which is a really a threatening call for the aquaculturists, that how to overcome this problem. Now, again, we have also experienced, when we look at the changes in the rainfall pattern, the risks include losing fish from ponds during the floods, because that is again the invasion of ponds by unwanted species that is being experienced, and the ponds get damaged, resulting from infilling and washing away of walls, so that sometimes the entire stock is washed off, and the problem of the total losses occurring. However, it should be noted that the heavier rainfall may increase the area suitable for aquaculture ponds, which because of the water harvesting strategies, whereas we may have some of the new areas which would be developed, where the fishes, especially the seed can be stocked, and then those areas can be considered for growing the different species in different regions. Now, uncertainty of external input supplies has become a major threat. Of course, because the capture fisheries is declining, and then especially the input for the fish meal and the oil also is becoming a problem. So, for which now we are looking for an alternate, sources for the protein. Now, for that, the cereal and soybean production to aquaculture production feed, that is what is now we are going for the soy replacement of fish meal by soya and other cereals for the substituting the protein. So that way, it is helping people to work on those species. But the problem is, again, there is a major stress on the agricultural production, and then the supply of these inputs is also to ensure the sustainability for the future is also becoming a threatened. It's a major threat now for the future. The ineffective management of fisheries and rising fish meal prices are already a significant threat to aquaculture production sustainability, because now everybody is now worried, and now we want to sustain our production system for the future. Now, when we look, so for that we have to have some strategies we have to adapt. So the strategies to reduce, especially the carbon footprint from aquaculture, maybe by reducing the nitrous oxide, reducing the nitrogen surplus. So these all the management practices we have to adopt by different means. So by adopting the best management practices in aquaculture, the different ways like reducing emissions from feed material, because that is the main contributing to the carbon footprint. So reducing feed meal energy use emissions and improving efficiency of feed management and feed conversion and improving the fish health. These are the important things by which is possible through the management strategies. Now, the fuel, the use and feed are the most dominant factors, as I said, in the greenhouse gases through aquaculture, and even the generator use, because when we are going for the high stocking and intensification of aquaculture, so to maintain the oxygen level in the pond, we have to use the generator sometimes for the aeration and the temperature regulation. For temperature regulation and water circulation, the aerators are used in the pond, and the feed manufacturing process are major sources of carbon dioxide. So these are the major areas where we need to adopt some of these strategies that, and which can be otherwise adopted by following the different approaches, which can lead to a sustainable aquaculture in future. One is the implementation of an ecosystem approach to aquaculture, enhancement of mariculture and non-feed aquaculture, using large open water bodies for culture-based fisheries, use of inland saline groundwater. Now, when we look at the ecosystem approach to aquaculture, where the fishes are grown, and especially the open water bodies where the stocking is done, and this is all just guided by the 3 strategic principles, wherein the aquaculture development and management should take account of full range of ecosystem functions and services. So all these strategies are to be adopted in such a way so that there is no threat for the future. Aquaculture should improve the human well-being and equity for all relevant stakeholders. Aquaculture should be developed in the context of other sectors like policies and rules as appropriate, and prioritization and enhancement of mariculture. Now, we have the coastline of more than 8,000 kilometers, and with the exclusive economic zone, which has a vast potential, which is where the additional aquaculture production can come in, where as far as the projected mariculture production based on area available in Indian region is 4 to 8 million tons, whereas the current mariculture production is less than 0.01. So a lot of effort has to be done, but under the National Mariculture Policy 2019, there are a lot of schemes, a lot of avenues which has been generated, where Already the Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, they have started working on this, and especially the cage aquaculture is taking a very fast development, and where the additional aquaculture production is expected from the open water bodies through mariculture. Now, non-fed aquaculture, as I mentioned, that now the problem would be for the feed ingredients, especially the fish meal and the other ingredients, which is becoming more competitive and very costly. So the species we have to address now in future is which are totally non-fed. That means we don't require the feed, without feed even, or the species which can grow based on the natural productivity or the natural feed or the live feed which is available in the ecosystem. So the carbs, herbivorous species, bivalves are the major, the species which are the new frontiers for the green aquaculture. Seaweed farming has a huge potential in the coastal states. So that has to be done, which already the people have started working on it, and then especially the another concept, which is the integrated multi-tropic aquaculture, where the cage aquaculture along with the organic and inorganic extractive species are cultured, which will help in improving the ecosystem. Especially otherwise, most of the cages where there is intensification of cage aquaculture, the problem of especially the water quality is becoming a major issue. So just to take care of the natural water resources through the extractive organic and inorganic extractive species helps in improving, and the overall the production is also enhanced. So this is the concept of integrated multi-tropic aquaculture, where the fed aquaculture, fin fishes in the cages, and then you have the organic and inorganic extractive species, which helps in improving the total ecosystem. Culture-based fisheries in large water bodies, where the fishes are stocked in the enclosures, or even the artificial stocking is done in the open water bodies, and where the seed or they are allowed to grow in the open waters, which is protected by the artificial reefs. So that helps in improving the production of the inshore waters or open water bodies, where if you can see that how the Central Institute of Fisheries Research Institute, where they have enhanced the production from 1.5 kg per fish per day to 3.3 kg. That means there is a possibility of doubling the production as well as doubling the farmers' income. This is what we are looking for, and everybody is talking about how to. So this is another area where even in the northern states, the problem of these salt affected areas and underground water has become saline, which is a very large area, more than 8.62 hectare of the area in India, and especially the Haryana, Punjab, Rajasthan, and Western UP. The underground water has become saline, and the salinity is varying from place to place. The salinity is horizontally as well as vertically. There is a difference. Even being in the arid and semi-arid regions, the problem is of a very different scale, and there is no crops can be grown. Now the problem, so there we had taken a challenge how to use the wasteland by growing the fish and especially adopting the aquaculture practices for especially the shrimps as well in those areas. Although there are extreme weather conditions as compared to the coastal states, so the underground water has been now found suitable for growing fish and prawns, and even to the tune of where the shrimp can be grown 10 tons per hectare per crop of 120 days, which is becoming quite profitable. And this is how something which is wealth from the waste. There were a lot of area in those productive states, Haryana and Punjab, which has become unfit or unfit for agriculture. Now we have started using those areas, and already more than 1,500 acre of the land area and more than 300 farmers, they have converted their this wasteland for the aquaculture purpose, and to the tune of more than 200 crores of wealth has been generated during the past few years, and which is further increasing. Now, the major concern is the drawing of high saline water, which might tomorrow become an environmental issue. And besides that, the major problem is nowadays the temperature, which is rising in those areas. So, and then shrimp is very, very susceptible to the high temperature, and sometimes we experience the mass mortality. So that is the situation now we are facing, and then we are trying to manipulate the water quality, the most important thing, and then the by manipulating the water temperature also to some extent is helping us to overcome this problem. So thank you very much. Anyhow, we have several other issues which we have to tackle through the various management strategies and maintaining the water quality, especially. So those things will be helpful in adopting the the better strategies for the future to tackle the climate change. Of course, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chadaji. I think it was a very lucid presentation. And in fact, a lot of challenges, including the acidification of the what you call the oceans and all the water that is there. These are all going to change and also pose a lot of problems. Maybe the strategies what you have explained, we can put it in a detailed way, sir. Maybe as a part of the policy document we would like to submit. I will be coming back to you so that we can try to put them together.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So any questions that are coming, we will mail it to you, sir.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So next presentation is from Dr. Muralidhar. He is the specialist in aquatic animal health and environment. He belongs to that division at SIBA in Chennai. He would speak on climate change and brackish water aquaculture. So, Srividya, you can introduce the speaker.
Yes, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
We are delighted to welcome on board Dr. Muralidhar, who is presently working as Principal Scientist and Scientist in Charge, Environment Section at ICAR Central Institute of Brackish Water Aquaculture, Chennai. His major areas of research include brackish water aquaculture, studying the impact of climate change on aquaculture and its contribution to global warming potential, soil and water quality management issues, environmental impact assessment, monitoring, and carrying the capacity estimation of source waters. As a national coordinator of AquaClimate International Project, funded by NORAD and coordinated by Network of Aquaculture Centers in Asia Pacific, Bangkok, he initiated these studies on climate change. And currently he serves as the principal investigator of NICRA project at SIBA for the past 10 years, where he has been working on climate change impacts in all the coastal states of India, along with possible strategies to enhance the adaptive capacity of aqua farmers for climate resilient or smart aquaculture. As a recipient of International Norman Borlaug and NIIP fellowships, he has visited several international institutions, and to his credit, he has published more than 80 research papers and in national and international journals. We welcome you, sir.
You are Dr. Muralidhar. Thank you very much for joining. So we will conclude by 3:15 so that we will give way for the next speaker. So, okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Vilas for welcoming, and Dr. Vidya Madam for giving a very good introduction of me. I am sharing my presentation. Yeah, presentation is there, sir?
Yeah, it is there.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, in fact, my previous speaker, Dr. Chadaji has made much easier for me, like regarding the aquaculture and the climate change impact and all. But however, like I am concentrating more on the climate change and brackish water aquaculture, especially the adaptation and mitigation strategy for climate smart aquaculture. So, like it is a many audience in this group of from the application, I would like to be just more interested on like brackish water aquaculture, and in relation to the climate change. And why we are talking about the resilient and spot aquaculture, what is the difference between that? And what are the approaches, especially by NCR SEMA, towards the climate spot aquaculture? And coming to the ocean aquaculture, especially if you see the new dimensions of aquaculture, you can see that the green revolution, what you are talking with application, similar way, we are also talking about the blue revolution, which is having blue water, which is the water of the earth and underground water, then blue frontiers, that is nothing but the environment and concern, then blue orphan, and finally it leads to the blue economy. Like if you see under the mission of the blue economy, aquaculture and fisheries are very important in the world as well as in the Indian context for increasing the blue economy. So if you see the potential benefits of this blue economy in terms of coastal and marine aquaculture, like starting from the food nutrition and sustainable livelihood, which in turn address the poverty, the economic growth, and we are also talking about environment and sustainability. And here, the another important is adaptation to climate change, because especially the aquaculture, some of the species, here we are all talking about the negative impact, we can also talk about the positive impact, how they are adaptable to the climate change impact. So here the aquaculture production, how it is highly resource efficient when you compare to poultry, cattle, and fish, like in terms of protein retention, or you can say food conversion ratio, or edible meat for 100 kg feed. I think that aquaculture is very resource efficient compared to other sectors. Then the Brackish water aquaculture sector in India, if you see, mostly we have around 1.2 million hectares of area, coastal areas. There are 8 million hectares, like what Dr. Yatna mentioned, that inland and groundwater, they are all much suitable for the Brackish water aquaculture. And we also have lot of fishery professionals and institutional backup, and being a state subject or state government policies, they are helping to promote the aquaculture, especially the Brackish water. And one prospect aspect in the aquaculture is Brackish water aquaculture is not suitable for agriculture, or in fact, we can say the other way, it doesn't have any footprint, especially in terms of potable water. And you see the market diversity of the Brackish water species, like what we have. Like the name of the species, what I have mentioned in the blue color, like that is Antarctica, what you want to Eva, then milkfish, tanos, Manet within Apana, and other fishes. For all these species, and including the ornamental fishes, we are having the breeding technology. And similarly, fishes like Monoron, all penile species, and crab, we are having the breeding technology. It means we can do the culture from the hatchery stage. And I mean to the seaweed farming, Yatna mentioned about aquaculture, which is very much suitable for the marine environment, like Mandapam area in Tamil Nadu. There is another seaweed species in Brackish area in Tunis, which is very much suitable for the Brackish water sector. And if you see the Brackish water aquaculture, almost is dominated by the shrimp only, because even though we have fish species and we have the hatchery breeding technology, but still because of the acidification and shrimp being the export commodity, and as well as the enter complete within 4 months, so we almost Brackish water aquaculture is dominated by the Pinais manami, which is an important species, and it is completely the export item, earning about $4.4 million in 2021. And especially after Vinay tsunami came to India in 2009 and 2010, you can see the correction increase. It is linearly increasing even in the COVID period like 2019-20 and 2020-21 also. The correction was not affected because of the interventions by the central government and the state government. And either like coast-wise, East Coast and West Coast, East Coast is completely dominant, and among the East Coast, Andhra Pradesh is almost 76% in attributed to the correction of the stream, and the West Coast, even as a whole, it attributes only 7%. So, having known about the practice for aquaculture and its importance and its export potential, when we talk about the climate change, like how the practice for aquaculture affects the climate change affecting the practice for aquaculture, you can see first in the water availability, like both in terms of quantity and quality, and which is driven by the like changes in the temperature, especially the precipitation. And the other important one more disastrous event is extreme weather event, what we call it as a cyclone, storms, flood, drought, etc. How they're all affecting the aquaculture. Then coming to the input, like not mentioned about fish meal and fish oil. So because of climate change, there is reduced fish meal and fish oil availability, and which is very important input for the aquaculture fish and also other livestock fish. And the poor quality food stock, which may affect the breeding performance in the hatchery. So coming to the extreme weather event and their impact if you see cyclones, storms, which are like accompanied by heavy rains. So what will happen very heavy rainfall leads to the flood water and it leads to the generation of one crop loss and infrastructure damage, especially the generators, water pumps, and spirit etc. All the infrastructure, whatever we have in the farm, they all will be affected by the extreme weather event. And when you see, like especially the sea level rise, the tidal wave generation, you see the last point, like seawater intrusion into the freshwater area. I think in the morning session, Dr. Sanjay Vatisya is also explained in answer about the salinization of the area and saltwater intrusion into the freshwater area, what to do. And if that type of things are happening, maybe we not for the application, but it is definitely a positive point for the practice for aquaculture to develop in those areas. And coming to the climate resilient versus climate smart aquaculture. So we are talking about different terms. So what we are exactly talking with climate resilient means like coming back to normal. Means in a scenario of climate change, so what are the mitigation or adaptation strategies we are following when it comes to the normal situation that we call it as a climate resilience. But when we talk about the climate smart aquaculture, it is an integrated approach of developing technical quality and investment conditions to achieve the sustainable aquaculture and also addressing the food security in the changing climatic scenario. And not only that, climate smart aquaculture also involves climate resilience. It means climate resilience is a part of climate smart aquaculture. As per the FAO, we are talking about climate smart agriculture or aquaculture, whatever it is, in three themes, that is reducing the vulnerability and increasing the resilience to climate change, or sustainability, increasing the productivity and efficiency, and reducing the greenhouse gas emissions wherever possible. So now I would like to do a brief review of STEMA's approaches towards climate smart aquaculture, what we are doing from last 20 to 30 years since 2009, 2009 onwards in various projects. So, talking about the first thing, reducing the vulnerability of aquaculture to climate change. So, first of all, we have to know about how much the aquaculture is vulnerable. So, we have made vulnerability assessment to aquaculture in different coastal states of India by following participatory local level approach, by involving the open discussion, in-depth survey, and stakeholder workshop in one district of all the coastal states, and by following the JR4 scenario. That is like vulnerability, is like expression of sensitivity, exposure, and adaptive capacity. And when we are doing this vulnerability estimations, especially there are two when we classify. One is the seasonal variation, the other one is the extreme weather event. When we talk about seasonal variation, like high temperature or low temperature, and in aquaculture, the other point very important is transient temperature variation. That is the difference between the daytime and nighttime temperature and irregular rainfall. Like it may be in the beginning of the winter, you may not have any rainfall, which is resulting in the drought, or there is a downpour of rainfall, like in 2009, 19, and 2020, where within a week we have received in Gujarat and in the coastal Andhra Pradesh almost 200 to 300 mm in a day and about 500 mm in a week. So all these things lead to be an impact, especially the water quality deterioration and diseases and the economic loss due to seasonal variation is about 10 to 40%. And coming to the extreme weather event, we are studying almost 2000 onwards, and a few examples I have mentioned here, like Thane cyclone and Pine cyclone, and Central Andhra Pradesh and Chennai in 2015. You can see the pictures that really shows that the damage to the infrastructure and the hatcheries and the farms and the inundation of the ponds, and also see the extent of the stock. When the ponds are completely inundated, you can see the photos. The local people, they are catching the shrimp coming out of the pond by putting a net in the outer area. And this is another example where tsunami, the same thing like sea level rise, what we are talking. So submergence of around 1 to 3 meters because of tsunami. And here the point I would like to mention, before tsunami, we have made a survey. That is in 2014, 2004, we lost tsunami, and 2003, we made a survey, and we found that 650 hectares is suitable for practice for aquaculture. But after tsunami, again we have made an assessment of the inundated area, and we found that 829 hectares of area is completely inundated, and we cannot be an irregular application, and that can be taken for the practice for aquaculture. And you can see at the comparison of the east coast and west coast forms, and by seeing the likelihood, constituents, and the risk rating of the climate change impact and events, we can very well say that the aquaculture forms in which east coast states are relatively more vulnerable than their coastal parts in the west coast. And at this table, clearly shows like what is the type of climate change type, like it may be a regular season, or the temperature, cyclone, heavy rain, flood, and drought, and comparing in terms of production as well as the economic loss on in both coastal area and as well as the inland area. And you can see that almost cyclone and flood, they result in around more than 300 kg per hectare in the coastal area compared to the 150 and 250 kg per hectare in the inland area. And now, like further, what we have to do? We have to further increase the evidence base, and especially regarding the level of exposure and with the adapting more and more technologies and what is the level of vulnerability. So we started with the airflow scenario, like the indicator based approach, where vulnerability is also a part of risk. But still now already air assessment report has come out. We have to look at whether we have to still do the air fight or air scenarios, and this will be we will be doing like based on the input from the NECRA modeling group. Then the second theme is increasing the productivity and farm efficiency, like how we do it sustainably, intensifying the production and implementing farming systems, and increasing the productivity of farm species and fuel efficiency, especially to increase the nitrogen efficiency of the fields and not as efficiency. And to set some examples, like depending on experience destroy. So to know like so many plant protein sources we are using instead of fishmeal, but still because of the high fiber content, we are not getting nutrition. So we are trying to follow the solid state fermentation technology, which was proved to be very efficient and is on par with the replacing the fishmeal. And addressing the like availability of land and water resources, like technologies like biogas technology, which uses limited water, and the recirculatory aquaculture system are very important. And as a whole, like adaptation strategy, if you see, like in terms of preparedness measures also, in the farmers level, science and technology level, and policy level, you can divide it into three categories. At farmers level, like a farmer what to do, like a modifying the farm design, or creating a proper zone between the farm, like following the better management practices, and by increasing the productivity in the farm, so he himself can increase the adaptation capacity. And like science and technology, and fields, and increase the predictions, and forecast on environmental quality, and alternative species, and actual generation requirements to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions. On policy level, the most important is recognizing the aquaculture all for its application in all the policies, and the last one is crop loan and insurance to the farmer. So among the examples, I will go through very quickly, like what is adaptation strategy, like the efficient farm design, and identification of the GIS mapping of the farms. And vulnerability maps, like what we have prepared, and impact of sea level rise on coastal resources, all these maps were very much useful for the policy makers. And marine spatial planning, like how to accommodate your aquaculture and the implemented part in the implemented coastal zone management. We have done the geospatial planning for climate resilient aquaculture, like Nanapatam district in Andhra Pradesh, and following the proper crop calendar. If you see this one, different months, how we have like cyclone plan or cyclone plan. By looking at these things, we can like follow the proper calendar, which will be very important for an adaptation strategy. Then adaptability of species and individual, like the changes in salinity, which are very much influenced by the climate change, there's a rainfall or salinity, and different salinity, we can say that phenol indicators compared to phenol phenomena, and the species is more suitable to hypersalinity conditions, and phenol indicators and non-alternative species in adverse climate situation, we have done all over India, in East Coast and West Coast. You can see that increasing 1 degree centigrade, rising temperature, increases the phenol indicator productivity by 360 kg/h. This is a positive impact, especially in the mountain area where we are in the underground inland water, where the temperatures are very low, and in Gujarat, when we increase temperature because of the climate change, this is a positive aspect about the species. Then biogas technology, I already mentioned, when we increase the more and more speed, we have higher nitrogen oxide emission. By following the biogas technology, we not only recycle the nitrogen and we are also saving the water by limited water exchange. And Dr. Yatna, we already mentioned about the integrated multi-tropic aquaculture, and these are the demonstration what we have done in Maharashtra, in this area, where they are doing the food region, and they are also like and we can say that climate also they can and adapt to strategy we can recommend. And constantly, like by adding the nutrients, non-nutrients, like minerals and others, like not only for the environment structure and the result of the climate change, but temperature and salinity, but also for the disease resistance, we are among with the amount of constantly. And this is a smart approach where we are following the water quality monitoring by automation, where the real-time monitoring 24 hours, where the farmers can reduce their workload and they can save the cost, and like what is exactly by using the sensor technology, by IoT and artificial intelligence, we are already started this one in collaboration with startup companies, and we are making we are in the process of preparing this device, and definitely this smart approach is the days to come. It will definitely improve the efficiency of the farmers. And this is one of the we have a mastering app, then the farmers will cool on smart string farming and advisory to the mobile phone based advisory. And these are all some of the extension things what we are trying to increase the adaptation capacity of the farmers to cope up with the climate change. And coming to the last thing, that is greenhouse gases in aquaculture pond. There are two ways. One is the direct estimation, where we have applicated the greenhouse gases sample and we estimated in different angle systems like finance species, fish species, and we have not of database of greenhouse gases emission, like what they have given the danger variation also. Based on this data, we have planned the mitigation option. And the second option to know the global warming potential of any process or any product in lifetime assessment, we are also attempting this process where the global warming potential can be calculated as one of the environment impact categories, and you can see the system boundary for the stream forming and the lifetime assessment. We can very well say that the global warming potential from the stream forming, including the speed wind and hatchery, is coming to 3,238 of carbon dioxide equivalent. And the minimum option for greenhouse gases like emission, we are doing the minimizing the energy use for irrigation, like the no need of using the irrigation continuously and carbon sequestration from Utah and elements from the aquaculture area and pond. Our estimation shows that almost 2.5 tons per hectare carbon is sequestered in the time of around 9 years. Then biochar, then also we are doing the 9 ponds which emit the greenhouse gases. Then the dietary and micro intervention where the solid-state fermentation has resulted in less nitrogen oxide emission and mechanization have resulted in the less nitrogen oxide and carbon dioxide emission. This is mainly by the improving the pond environment. And this is about the change. One thing about it, the adaptation strategy, who we do and what we have to do. Like at the mandal level, district level, state level, national level, we should have a proper strategy, who we do and what we have to do. Then only we can increase the adaptation capacity of the farmers. And the last slide, what I can say is implementation of 3 themes of climate smart aquaculture, what like stable at the table we are following, like we are trying to do more and more research on that one, and including like what Dr. Chata mentioned, the order wanted for the coastal fishery and aquaculture and ecosystem approach to aquaculture and the 3 principles, and definitely it will and the participatory approach and an integrated approach for all aquaculture system conditions. It will be a climate smart under the scenario of changing climate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Muralidharan. It was a nice presentation and a lot of new things basically to adaptation and mitigation strategies in brackish water aquaculture. And both your lecture and also Dr. Chada's lecture together would give a holistic view of how we should approach for sustaining the blue revolution what we had. So thank you very much. We will come back to you with more and more things that we will put in together with the policy document. So thank you very much, Dr. Muralidhar.
Yeah, thank you for giving the opportunity, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now we have a session with Dr. Bhupen Dubey, Global Chief Executive Officer, Advanta India Limited. Advanta Limited. So, Bhupen sir, the plan is you will have the presentation or your thoughts on how climate, seed industry, farming, and food and nutrition security could be made sustainable, and what kind of problems the seed industry has seen and or foresees. And we will have, after your thought process being presented, we will have a 20 minutes interactive session. There are questions which we have already received, which we will be sharing in the chat box, and then we can go ahead, sir. Before you start, may I request Jinu Jacob to kindly introduce Dr. Bhupen Dubey.
Yes, sir.
Jinu?
Yeah, can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. It's my privilege to introduce Mr. Bhupen Dubey, the Global CEO of Advanta Seeds, a UPL group company. His successful leadership is driven by a strong understanding of farmers' needs and a passion for sustainable agriculture. Mr. Dubey holds over 30 years of experience in agriculture, supply chain, and food production from companies including Haste, Aventis, and Bayer, and has played a vital role in managing and integrating companies within the UPL group, such as Advanta UPL, Golden Seeds, and Unicorn. He has been driving essential integrations to bring profitable and sustainable growth for the UPL business. As a testimony to his brilliant leadership, Advanta Seeds was ranked number 4 in South and Southeast Asia and number 5 global seed company in the Access to Seeds Index in 2019 for contributing to UN SDGs and food security. We are privileged to have this opportunity to listen to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome again, sir. Dr. Bhupen sir. We are all very eager to listen to you. And the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vilas Tonapi, and all the office bearer of the Karnataka Association, and all the participants from industry, academia, policy group. At the outset, I would like to thank a lot for this platform and opportunities to share my thought on the most relevant topic of the day. I have been allocated 45 minutes. I would expand my thoughts on the topic given for about 20 minutes, and I would love to have comments, remarks, or questions, if any, so we can exchange, the exchange remain more vibrant and two-way and more relevant. Thank you once again. The topic of the day is climate change, challenges before seed industry, farming, and humanity. Very broad topic. I think this topic can take a couple of days, actually, workshop around. So therefore, challenge is to really squeeze into 20 minutes. And in a way, it's tough, but it's also in a way easy, so that we don't expand in too much of detail. I see on the panel and various topic, top-notch professionals, academic, and experts on the subject. I wish I could really spend complete time and listening to all the experts here. Unable to do that. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Suddenly, I lost the video on my screen. Okay.
Audible, yeah.
Wonderful. So climate change, challenges before seed industry, farming, humanity, and how to usher in our strategies for sustainable food and nutrition security is the topic. So how I think climate change latest report, some of us may have seen it, IPCC report, very, very, very eye-opening and very detailed report, very interesting. Of course, there are people around the world, two schools of thought, as we know. One school of thought believes that climate change is nothing new. If you look at 100, 200 years, it's not a time scale to look at. We must look at millennia, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 4,000 years, and these cycles keep repeating. One school of thought. Another school of thought is which is more scientific, robust. They have developed a lot of data. The impact of climate on life in general on the planet Earth. And they are also quite convincing. But in day-to-day life, practically we know what is happening with our life and our agriculture we live in. So it's a reality for us, whether one believes in or one does not believe in, it's impacting us. It's not that future tense, it's already impacting all of us. Let's say how this climate change is impacting seed industry. And so the question is that how relevant is current portfolio of the product and services? The question you have to ask in this scenario, and I am asking myself and our professional team, that how relevant seed industries, product portfolio and service portfolio to the farming community under changing climate is the question we keep asking ourselves, and realize that probably our portfolio of the product and services are not adequate. We need to really make it more relevant to the current scenario. We are observing that the product portfolio which we have right now, some of them are losing relevance very fast. Give you some example. We have a business in Australia, like many seed industry partners they have. In last 6 years, when I look back, there are 3 years extremely bad. Drought, unprecedented, and they have very good data recording system for more than 100 years. ABARES, ABARES, is a data domain, and they record very meticulously. And when you look at that, the last 3 years, in the last 6 years, 3 years drought were unprecedented. Once in 100 years, 1 in 120 years kind of events occurring there. And another 2 or 3 years, let's say 2.5 years last, is a fantastic rainfall. And in fact, last month itself, they are breaking the record every week. Unprecedented rain in the area, which never happened there. So that is a reality of life. I consider Australia as a agriculture point of view, seed industry point of view, at the forefront of our survival battle. And we have a lot of lessons to learn there. So we realize that our portfolio is not enough, services are not enough. So it is a real challenge for us, but also it provides us the opportunity. I will come on that topic a little later, just to scan the challenges which we eat for the seed industry. When I look at the farming, climate change, what challenge it is posing to farming as a profession. We know around the world, farming is the single biggest private enterprise. And there are 2 groups of farmers there. One groups are into OECD countries, which are rich countries, and their farming has reached to a highest productivity level possible at this point in time. Going beyond that is becoming too tough. Giving example, corn in US is on an average 10 metric ton per hectare, and growing beyond that, of course, there are aberrations. There are cases of 5 ton as well as cases of 14 ton also, but on an average. And going beyond that number to, let's say, 2% or 3% also is a big challenge for the crop breeders, the corn breeders, and the technology development team. They are working hard, and of course, there are some breakthrough coming up, but there's reality today. But developing world, where most of, let's say, Latin America, Asia, Africa comes in, huge, vast population and the land mass, there the average productivity would be in the range of 3 to 4 metric ton per hectare. So there is a good chance really we can increase our productivity significantly. So that is a reality of the farming. How do we make farming profitable in both the systems, the developing world as well as developed world? How do we make sure that it remains profitable? Well, in OECD countries, the farmers are highly commercial. When we talk to them, they realize that we are talking to a businessman. They understand their P&L very clearly for each farm, and very, very meticulous in taking the decisions. And therefore, they are constantly reinventing their business practices, farming practices, and looking for new innovative ways of handling the new challenges coming up. Real challenge is actually in the developing economies, where the farmers in many parts of the world are subsistence farmers, small farmers, 1 hectare, 2 hectares, 3 hectares, maximum 8, 10 hectares. In this scenario, access to capital becomes a challenge, access to technology, access to hand-holding while changing the current practice to the new practice, which is always a risky. And therefore, how do we make sure that when climate change challenges their balance sheet of farmer, how do we make sure that farming is profitable for both the group of the farmers is a challenge which is to the farming community. And what is a challenge to, let's say, humanity? I think for humanity, we require all three. We require food, and therefore we require farming. Unless and until farming is profitable, there is no sustainability of the stakeholder in the industry lose their motivation, their interest. What for we do it if we are not going to make money out of it? And another important aspect is the health of the earth or the planet. So the challenge for the humanity that climate change is posing in totality is how do we balance interest of planet Earth, Mother Earth, well-being, health, so that while we all leave this planet, next generations do not blame us that we did not take enough attention or enough care of the earth. Sometimes this sentence looks very arrogant. Actually, who are we to take care of earth? Earth knows how to take care of itself. There's a reality. Earth doesn't need us. We need earth. So therefore, understanding it and making sure that we don't damage it or try to reverse the damage we have been causing it via our practices, our living practices, the way we live our life in this part of the world. Therefore, making sure that we damage less, and whatever damage we have done to earth, we try to recover from that, help it in a manner we can. So earth health is important. Subsequently, if we take care of that, the health and the welfare of the humanity and the other lives dependent on the humanity and ecosystem is taken care of. And this too is possible also provided we continue to have the business in a profitable manner. Farming business, as well as all the businesses dependent on farming, seed industry is one of them. In other words, challenge for the humanity is how do we align true sense, practical sense, and not only lip service, the interest of planet, earth, people, and the profit. So these are the three challenges I can, I can visualize in a limited time which we have, and how do we address them? Strategies to address these challenges. Bad news is that the challenges are once in a generation kind of thing, very severe. But good news is that we have a science and technology and tools available so far we have accumulated. If we can use those tools creatively in a cooperative manner, I think these challenges, we are going to manage it very, very successfully. Give an example of seed industry. Some of us are part of it. What is happening in seed industry around the world? My favorite, statement, which I always keep myself grounded on, and the question which I keep asking myself and my team, and some of you they have heard also in our private conversation. I asked the question that globally we have a more than $85 trillion economy. Out of that, depending on the sources you are reading, agriculture economy or GDP is in the region of $4 to $5 trillion. So in 85 trillion, $4 to $5 trillion is less than, is in the same range roughly, let's say 4% of all. Question is, additional $4 or $5 trillion economy will come from which part of the world? And the question we have to ask ourselves, and the answer will be different depending on the people where they are living, where they are working, their exposure to life and of business, etc. My understanding is that, as I explained, OECD countries, about 30 members, they have reached to a level what they can, the productivity level. They are still working and they are successful here and there, but we have a big opportunity lying in a non-OECD countries, which are Latin America, Asia, and Africa. I think a significant part of next $5 trillion economic value can be created in this part of the world. And therefore, and we have a tool, like this, I always give you an example that if in US corn farmer is producing 10 metric ton per hectare, India range 3 to 4 metric ton, as I understand my last reading is. What is that US farmer is doing and what Indian farmer can do? There are two things basically. Genetics, we have a global collaborations around the world, and there is flowing quite nicely collaboration among scientific community, germplasm, etc. So we have access to it. The question is enabling environment for the businesses. The farmer require a good commodity price to secure his production, gets the market at the right price. This is what is important. I think India government was trying to do these farm laws, I believe, and they were very positive. It got derailed because of the various reasons. We all know it, but I'm sure that there's a need of the hour. The reform has to come at the central level or the state level. If that happens, farmers who are involved in this pond business will be incentivized the way they are right now. Actually, today in the world, agriculture commodity prices are unprecedented. Demand, therefore, in India also, and like any part of the world, seed demand is very, very high. So they are going to plant, and their profitability is there. Tools are available. They will use the best seeds available, best fertilizer, agrochemical, harvesting technology, pre and post, etc. They will adopt the technology, and therefore they are going to make it 4 or 5 ton, going up to 6 or 7 ton, or 8 or 9 ton. There's a huge opportunity available. Any part of the developing economy, you go there. So to my mind, seed industry depends on the farmer, and this is a macro level scenario. What seed industry need to do? I think what we are doing is that 2 teams are extremely important to maintain the seed supply chain. The SPR, seed production research. I think this is an area which requires tremendous amount of investment and making our team stronger and stronger, because SPR team is a team which identify the geography where genetics provide optimum output. So when a breeding team, R&D team are producing new product, advancing new product, they require those genetics to express its full potential in the right environment. So what is the right environment at the right cost? All right, is a big challenge every day for the commercial organizations who are dependent on the survival on the PLN. If in a given year they produce profit, they survive. If they don't, organizations do not survive. So seed industry in a private sector, I think they need to really pay attention to the SPR, strengthen those technical teams, expand the new areas, new countries. Sometimes the tendency of the production team, for the right reason, there's not a criticism or a simple observation, and a matter of fact, they would try to go for the seed production in a proven areas, right? And there the competition hits up among various players, and they keep increasing the seed cost. Up to a point, market will take it. Beyond a point, market will not take it. And therefore, the companies need to really go open the new countries, new geographies, new state, and this requires resources in SPR. So this is part number 1. Part number 2, seed production technologies, which we have. And the seed production team need to be, exposed to those technologies available around the world. Like farmer needs, besides your good genetics, also requires advice on variety of areas, technical advice on agronomy part of it. This, I think most of the companies are doing it. But I think they require advice on crop protection product. They also require access to the digital platform which are emerging right now. So there's the service delivery, product delivery by instant happening there, and also access to the capital finance. I think that is always a challenge in the developing economies, whereby financial markets are not fully developed yet. Like if you go to OECD countries, farmers get access credit via the various institutes very easily. Institutional mechanism are in place, policies are in place. In case of something goes wrong, government comes to the rescue. Very well-defined processes in OECD countries under WTO compliant, the way they make it. And there is a challenge in the developing part of the world. So to me, seed industry is gearing up for that. In fact, I requested for the change in the program because I'm flying to Barcelona tomorrow for IFS, International Seed Federation, ISF. And we are meeting after 3 years, looking forward to learn a lot from industry players around the world, what is happening and what are they doing it. And I'm sure that next opportunity, if I get it, I would love to share with all those who are interested on the workshop today. So that is one part of it. Second part is seed models, business models. Current seed business models, all the seed enterprises around the world, they are designed inherently for OECD countries. And I think they have reached to a plateau. So some of the organizations are reinventing their business models so that they can also serve and successfully service the market in developing economies. But there is work in progress. We are seeing it. Some are succeeding, some are failing at a huge human cost, because M&A is a sign of that scenario, that organizations realizing that current models are not working. They are inventing new models. So last 3 years, 4 years in seed industry, if you see it, highest amount of consolidation happened. And there is a work in progress, and see how new organization comes up, which takes care of the evolving realities on a seed industry in our space. Coming to, let's say, farming areas, how do we make it profitable? I think there are two trends are coming up very clearly for farmers. Number one, besides giving the standard product and the services, agronomic services primarily, technical advisory, etc., I think organizations are realizing, seed industry is realizing that they need to use the digital platforms we are available. We learned in last 2 years in pandemic time how digital has changed life. The very fact that I got opportunity sitting in my home addressing 150 participants from various part of the world and various part of the institutions operating from various places is a miracle in a way. Is a miracle of a technology, science and technology. To my mind, this benefit now has to cascade down to the farmers. Very fascinating things happening in this space. Almost all the companies report, if you read it, organization report, if you read it, even government organization, if you say, they are working out a platform ecosystem whereby farmers are getting easy access at economical rate to their product and their services. And probably Amazon of the world is evolving in agriculture. Many companies are working on it in that front, including us. We have initiated a tech platform called nurture.farm. If you Google it and you see it is in Bangalore. 2 years back, we had 2 employees we started with. I met a CEO recently, and he scaled up that organization from 2 to 300 employees. All are tech, from the tech world of the big names, Amazon, Google, LinkedIn, all these people actually. They have created an ecosystem, and now they are working out a business model where they can give services directly to the farmers, which includes knowledge, which includes services, which includes selling and buying products, helping farmer to sell their produce, etc., etc. So and that is a reality in many other organizations, if you really scan that. So which is fantastic thing. So this, in my opinion, will help farmer to have easy access to knowledge and the services and the finance, etc., which will cut down the inefficiency of the current system, which is delivering them. On the other side, I think financial services, farmers need easy access to the farm loan, money whenever he wants, without much of paperwork, documentation and delay, because farming is all about time-sensitive activity. And there also now governments are evolving the policies which is facilitating easy access to the finance to the farmer at a reasonable price. Third is the insurance services, because farming is a very risky business. Weather changes, the climate impact is happening there maximum. I mean, give an example, like last month we got a report that in Argentina, our seed production team gave a report that whatever production they had planned, they will get only 65% of the production. In some product, actually only 60%. 40% of seed production we lost. It's a huge loss to the organization. More than that, there are farmers who are dependent on the Advanta, on some of the crop where we have a very strong position. What do we do with those products? Right. So another real life challenge. So we are trying to fix it now. There is a challenge. Our seed team is working that. How do we make sure that same product which goes into Argentina, we also can produce in adjoining countries, right? And then so that in this kind of scenario, we can de-risk it by producing it multi-location. There are challenges with that. Movement of the parent seed is a challenge because every company has their own country, has their own rules, regulation. We are working with the authorities in these areas, but these are the challenges coming up, but also there are solutions working together in the private sector, public sector, and government. And third part is, so that is a interesting way of dealing in making sure that farming is profitable to the farmer. And last point, of course, humanity part, I explained. We have talked a lot actually in one decade, 2 decade, or 3 decade probably. I always believe that jargon comes in. Agrochemical, when you look at IPM, integrated pest management, in general, in agri-food system, they talk about sustainability. But you know what? Before it really start taking a real concrete say and definition, it takes time. Sustainability, probably all of us or some of us must be using it for many, many years. But you ask retail, how do you define sustainability? If you ask 10 people, there will be 10 definitions. But now those are they are conversing it, because every organization now must demonstrate their definition of sustainability. Not only that, develop the metrics by which you will develop the baseline, and then you will be measuring the progress. Like carbon credit market is coming up. How for every activity of humanity in agriculture, what we do, what is the carbon credit generated, and how can we really reduce it? For example, in Argentina, university came up with a proposal to have couple of players from the private sector and themselves and their scientists. Now we have participated in one project whereby they are measuring that what is the carbon footprint of corn production versus soybean production versus sorghum production. So now they develop a methodology now to develop the baseline study for all those three. And what are the practices, right? And which are generating the carbons, positive and negative combined. And how do we really tweak those practices so that and start measuring it? So every farmer can measure that by doing this cropping system, this is carbon I am generating. By doing another type of practices in the seed, another set of carbon is coming out. Which one is producing less carbon or absorbing more carbon? We'll get a incentive. Carbon credit markets are evolving around the world now, in many countries now. They are generating the carbon. In fact, that can be a fascinating stream of new income for the farmer. And a farmer starts generating the carbon credit, and there are people let's say in a power industry who are buying them because regulation is demanding it, society is demanding it. So there's a market evolving. Farmer will have new source of income by generating carbon credit and selling it in the marketplace, and they start making money out of it. Now these are the innovative ideas, new trend coming up, whereby we can meet the challenges being posed to the humanity, to seed industry and the farming community. They are my top of my mind thoughts, which I thought I'll share with you. I finished my 22 minutes of expansion of my thoughts. I pause here and over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bhupen. It was really nice to hear your clear-cut thoughts on how the seed industry feels on the pinch of climate change, how prepared one should be, what should be the strategies. And based on this, there are a few questions which have come. One is from Dr. Sadananda. He says, seed production and seed quality is one of the main casualties of increased temperature, especially in the post-rainy season. What are the strategies likely to be adopted by the seed industry to resolve this critical problem?
I think, as I explained in my expansion of the thought, a very extremely important question you are asking. And this is the question I understand that almost all the seed players are asking themselves. I think the current seed production locations need to be reviewed. Though they are there for decades, actually. Time has come, are they more relevant? I can share with you one of the things which we are doing in one of the country, right? How do we tackle that? So what we are doing is there is a company in California called Climate AI. They are on the machine learning, big data analytics side of it, using the satellite data. So we have collaborated with them. What they are doing is via satellite, using the satellite images, and the farmers who are interested in going in these areas, so they become member of our initiative, and their farms are being geotagged, right? And once they are geotagged the farm, the satellite company gives us a very sharp images. And then, as I explained to you, the data are available on the climate, all the weather data are available for more than 100 years in those countries. And they are trying to marry both, right? And then coming up, and then they are projecting that if the current weather trend continues, how many more years this particular farm will remain relevant for the seed production, and which part of the agricultural land will have more favorable weather, which is not a seed production farm. So then you are projecting the next 3 years, 4 years time, this farm will become irrelevant for seed production, and you need to move to 50 kilometers away, 100 kilometers away, and that is where we are likely to get more favorable weather for the seed you are growing. So we have already entered into the pilot project right now. We will run with them for 2 years, and once we realize that this has a lot of merit, we want to expand this collaboration in many more geographies. That is how we are tackling this challenge.
So it means that we need to be exploring new areas of seed production, probably.
Yes, exploring. I think exploration is ongoing activity in all the seed organizations. We know it, but the manner of exploration changes. What you achieve in 6 years' time, 5 years' time, probably you can achieve in 2 years' time by using this, the geofencing of the farms and marrying with the data from the satellite. and then your meteorological data. I foresee, in fact, I see in my own organization, I think we are, how we are taking a production location decisions currently. We do a lot of trial and errors are there. Okay, we go to a given state in a given farm and try it out, whether working or not working. If it's working, we figure out why it is working. Not working, logically, we try to figure out why it's not working. But you know what? We have another dimension coming up, third eye of the Siva, which is basically a satellite. Use that. All right. And in advance, you start really, it's like a predictive analytics. All the data, let's see, data are available today. Problem is, like we have a lot of satellite data available, a lot of meteorological data available, and a lot of agronomic data are available. So far, we did not have a capability. Now we have a capability with the technology. We can marry all the three data sets, agronomic and genetic data sets, and you have the satellite data sets and meteorological data sets. Now, in agriculture side, we do not have expertise on a second and third part of it. So probably my prediction, and we are going to actually explore it, we will have an agriculture meteorologist position to be created in the organization, right? Who are well versed with the meteorological data, and how do we marry with the genetics data, right? So for example, we ourselves are creating certain posts in USA, Australia, this kind of position, and probably I see that happening in next 2-3 years time in many part of the sea to help us, decide the future location for seed production.
So you talked about carbon trading. How do you think the seed companies across globe can capitalize on this as a business opportunity?
I think if you can search on Google, I think few advanced seed companies in US, already they have a very simple program actually. Simplicity is very, very important. And first of all, you ask farmer to do something extra activity, then what he's doing, his plate is full. That means you need to incentivize. So what these companies are going, and a very simple example, I mean, there's a big subject, but just to give an explanation of the point, let's say when you in a corn in US, you are getting 10 metric ton corn. Now, he has reached to this level of productivity with a lot of last 20, 30, 40 years of experience, tweaking, iterating. So it is a seed and the soil and the fertilizer and practices put together, his output is 10 metric ton. Now, how do you reduce the carbon in agriculture in that kind of industrial agriculture? Number one, fertilizer, what is required right now, it is very crude way of applying fertilizer. X metric ton of nitrogen in so many hectares, right? In that given hectare land, whether needs same amount or not, we do not know. We have a general trials, university, based on that we extrapolate and same recommendation goes into millions of hectares. Now the precision farming has come in. That means you can exactly measure while running your instruments in a 100 hectare farm, which part of the farm require a phosphorus and which does not require a phosphorus, or you could require a calibrated rate. So every farm should have a precise dosages and not a general dosages. So the moment you use those technologies and the moment you start calibrating those precision farming recommendation, automatically your fertilizer requirement comes down by 10, 20, 30, 40%. The moment you cut down your fertilizer uses in your farming without impacting the yield, to that extent you are saving the carbon. Same is agrochemical. I was actually talking, I was in last week Mumbai and talking to this couple of companies. They say that they are now government of India is, I think, very progressive. I was very impressed. I think they have come out with the directions on the drone application in agriculture, use in agriculture. So this company is now, I met the gentleman, he's going to buy 2,500 drone in next 10 days time. What for? Using the agrochemical and providing this service. The moment you do that, the agrochemical consumption is a precision spraying happening there. So will cut down dramatically there without negative impact on the results, right? So if that happens, because agrochemical production also, agrochemical by and large are basically based on the petroleum products. So you cut down the carbon there. So all this saving possibility of carbon, you can really save it, and then you are generating that carbon saving, and you can sell on the exchanges. Government in various, I think Brazil government has come out with the guidelines. Various governments are coming out with the guidelines. In fact, I see in next 2-3 years time, carbon trading exchanges are coming up. The way we have stock trading happening, commodity trading happening, bullion trading happening, I see the carbon trading happening there. Right now, it is happening informally in many parts of the world. In fact, our group is the first one who generated and sold, I think, 25,000, if my figure is correct, carbon for the first time. Like farming practice in Punjab and Haryana is generating a lot of political debate every winter, because farmers are burning those stubble of the paddy farm sometime in November, December, before they plant go for the wheat. They're burning it, and the huge smoke and the smog and going into Delhi, and every year same story. So our organization created a template model. I think they are deploying it right now in a massive scale actually, and they have taken a challenge that how can we cut down this emission, the burning of the stubble, which is creating a lot of health problem to the humanity. While doing that, how do we improve the carbon content of the soil and also profitability for the farmer? Now, that is a kind of a challenge our organization has taken up. And we are the first one who generated that carbon credit, and I think already sold carbon credit right now. We're very pioneer in this fund. And if these are the models our organization is working in 3 countries. Brazil, we have Brazil, India, and Australia. Organization has taken a gigaton challenge, all right? 1 gigaton carbon to be saved, removed from the environment is something our organization at the global level has taken this challenge and deployed via open edge philosophy. We are identifying the technology, people, business model with an open mind and trying to work out identify the pain point of the society and the farming and have a totally different approach. The current approach of the industry is, I have this product, I have this technology superior than the competitor, go and sell it. It's not going to work. It has worked actually. I will say it has worked so far, 30 years, 40 years. But now next point is, what is the real problem in this area? Like Punjab Punjab stubble burning is a problem. It's a pain for the farmer. Farmer don't like to be abused by the people in the cities. Cities don't like it. They like it, their wheat actually. They like their paddy, but they don't like the smoke coming out of the Punjab and Haryana in Delhi. They don't like it. So how do we identify the pain point for the society and find the solution and develop it? So develop a business model whereby technologies and professional talent all created an ecosystem and they will solve the problem. So around the world, we are identifying such challenges. So we call it pain point of a society, and how we really contribute in solving it is the approach which we have as a part of the open edge philosophy at our group.
One more question is, there is a monotony in the industry in the kind of crops they trade in terms of seed, 5 or 6 major commercial crops. Do you think underutilized crops do have a place in the commercial landscape of the seed industry?
I think this was a brilliant question and very dear to my mind actually. I keep reflecting on it a lot and try to connect the various dots. Health of a human being and thereby by extension of animals dependent on us or we depend on them is related to the biome in our stomach, that the microorganism in our stomach, and their diversity is linked to the health of our brain. All research papers are available now. This coordinate these events, how they are connected with, because of a monoculture in agriculture, driven by the industrialization, efficiency, productivity, etc. What happened that we had 24 cereals around the world. Let's say before, I was reading one article in Nature, they said when human beings were in a hunting phase, they used to consume product from more than 50,000 plants. That was a kind of diversity in a human being's food and therefore stomach. The moment the hunter-gatherer farmer became a farmer, and the hunter-gatherer human became a farmer, settler, then the equation changed. Today they say our calorie consumption of 60% is coming out of only 3 cereals, or 3 crops, primarily corn, soybean, and wheat. These 3, we get about 60% of the calories. So the positive thing, it has done a lot in terms of bringing the industry where we are. But now, when too much of monoculture happens for too long period of time, you know the downside, and therefore downside we are seeing everywhere. To my mind, therefore, the time has come for other crops, which we call it minor crops or marginalized crop, to really come into radar. And I think your institution is doing a wonderful job. When I visited last time to you, and what you are doing is amazing. I think creating a waves around the world. And I have become a big follower of that. I read a lot. The knowledge all of you and your team has generated, not only academic knowledge, but also the incubation concept we are working with is amazing, very inspirational. Wherever I go around the world, I have an opportunity. I talk about the model you are developing. And in fact, more and more organizations align with that kind of thing and start championing it. And therefore, you will see that one of the things in organization, there's a tendency. How do we remove the complexity in product portfolio? By cutting down the crops, cutting down the SKUs. So you become more productive. But I think there's a diminishing law of return in economics. We have reached to that point. Time has come to really revisit this thinking. At Advanta, we are revisiting that thinking. You look at our portfolio. What is the differentiating part of Advanta portfolio is that we have a diversity of crops, right? We look at the country and look at the need of the country and then define the portfolio. And therefore, country has a powerful role in our organization and not the central organization. But the headquarters will decide the crop and then allocate the resources. So the point I made in my earlier comment is change in the business model is required. And I think a couple of companies I have seen recently, they used to have all the power of decision making on the portfolio, on the services, on the people, on the resource allocation used to be in headquarters, global headquarters, sitting miles away, right? They are focused too much on the economic output of the organization, return on investment for the shareholder. Now that model is not working because nobody would like to be a part of the organization, employees especially, whose organization is coming in the newspaper for negative reason all the time. We know a couple of organizations in the seed industry, their employees' children do not like them all doing job there. Why? Very successful financially, but they are considered as insensitive to the societal need, insensitive to the environmental need, and therefore such organization cannot sustain for a long time. So for the interest of the organization in the seed industry, it's important that we do the business which is good for the country and the society, and in the process redefine the portfolio, redefine the services and offering, right? Then and then this seed industry will regain their credibility and then relevance in the organization.
So in doing so, because nowadays the crop improvement programs are delivering what is called as the biofortified crops, enriched nutrition in a grain. Can there be an opportunity to tag them with higher pricing and trade them in a different way? Or will it go just like normally bred variety, which is inferior in nutrition, basically? Or the yeah.
It's a very important point actually you're asking. I have a very simple example. I keep going people. I think seed industry has opportunity in this area to do a lot, and industry is not doing a lot because most of the product, it's a highly scientific product. Seed is a highly scientific product, technological driven product. Any feature you want to incorporate in a seed has a lot of genetics and plant breeder working on it. The moment it is in the hand of the commercial team, now the quality of the commercial team has to undergo a change. Orientation has to undergo a change. Current approach which I have seen in industry, in commercial team is, you go for Moai corn because it is giving you 3% more, or 4% more, or 5% more, or you can plant early, or it is tolerant or resistance to XYZ pest. These are the talking points. From here, the talking point has to undergo a tremendous change. And I give you an example. We need a marketing teams from a consumer product companies in seed industry. Though they understand the value pricing a lot. For example, we use Apple. Apple phone is 1 lakh rupees per piece. But there are other companies, Samsung and Huawei and other companies, same feature, you get in 50,000 rupees, 60,000 rupees. You go another version, same feature, you get in 25,000 rupees. But why people are paying that much? Because the features are being marketed from a value creation point of view, value-added point of view, and not a cost plus pricing. So I think there's a good scope in a value pricing strategies. Why it is important? Because if you develop a new feature, like for example, fortification, we are marketing fortified corn, having a high vitamin A in Zambia. I think we sold for the first time last year, and results are very good. What was the theme? In fact, the university, we took a research from the university, they were licensing in, and one NGO. And NGO found that in few villages in those countries, they have a night blindness because of the vitamin A deficiency. There are two ways of handling this problem of human health. One is pharmaceutical, give a tablet, vitamin A, make them dependent on the tablet throughout their life. Second is, whatever they are eating, can we enhance the vitamin A in those components? Yeah, science can do it. Science has done it. They have increased the component of vitamin A. I don't remember the numbers, but significant number. I think 12, normal 7 or 8 point to a 12 point, and now new varieties are coming at a 16 to 18 points, which is significant. We licensing the product, tied up with the NGO, and NGO is educating the farmer. I'm so happy. Only difference is that farmers are used to use white corn, but this is available only in orange or the yellow corn. So that was a change in the food habit. But that couple of NGOs which are aligned with us, they are doing a wonderful job at educating, demonstrating, etc. And they already converted those villages, and we sold last year first time a vitamin A enriched corn, right? And now demand is going up next 3 or 4 years time. We are setting up a production team. We are setting up a processing team, and we want to take a lead in this area, right? Couple of same products are coming up. I understand in India also, but as you rightly indicated, research needs to be funded. From where the fund is going to come, unless you do a value marketing, right? And then somebody is taking a vitamin A pills, remove those pills from the system, and then put it part of your food. So your point is that, is there a possibility of high price? Yes, there is an increased value added, value created, but also value need to be communicated. Then and then consumer will appreciate, and they will pay the price. Otherwise, consumer will not the price. So there is a good opportunity here for all of us to incorporate that kind of thinking and sophisticated marketing.
Yeah. So just to add a new dimension, there are two questions which I'm just trying to club. The CSR of industry, seed industry, when we are talking different portfolios and nutrition, some part of CSR for social development processes, nutrition in downtrodden classes, can it be a reality instead of just investing here and there? I think it creates more social impact basically.
Can you help me understanding this?
We were just looking at the CSR investment opportunities. Can CSR from seed industry will be able to invest in nutrition programs in the country so that we address the zero hunger, malnutrition, and supplemental programs which government is already doing? Probably more of this of CSR can really help the downtrodden society.
I have strong opinion on the subject, but very controversial, so I will keep myself away from this topic to go into detail, because, first of all, as a society, we need to be affluent driven, create our own, become more productive economically ourselves. Support from outside world sometime, and there's a big debate going on in IMF, World Bank, becomes addictive. Yeah. Right? I'm a downtrodden, I have a need, somebody is helping me, but helping me for what? Not to go through that day and week, but also allow me to stand on my own feet. If that is a goal, then these programs are good. But if that is not a goal, then actually it becomes addictive. I look forward to that all the time, and it has to come in all the time, and society doesn't remain productive, doesn't grow, doesn't progress. To me, my thinking is that very simple. While I may quote some controversy, governments are for what? We all pay taxes, whether it is individual or the corporate. So that government job is to make sure that there are things which individual cannot do, individual company cannot do, only government can do it. For example, transaction, digital infrastructure India has created is amazing. I mean, nowhere in the world you can buy 10 rupees tomato or 20 rupees tomato by showing them the mobile. Right? Nowhere in the world. Amazing thing India has created. This is what government can do it, and they are doing it. We all are very proud of it, and that is what the tax money should go in. Make people, do it themselves. Provide an enabling environment. Access to roads. There are some research in agriculture economics available. In a village, there is no access to road, and he has to produce and sell, vegetable to a city. The cost and wastage is too much. Just provide them access to road, and that income goes up dramatically. This is what the government job is. Private sector job is to take care of stakeholder who are putting their stake in the organization, right? Means what? The people who are putting money in with expectation there will be a reward. Employees coming in, they are putting their life in, develop the career and have a meaningful income coming out of it. To develop the product and services, consumer or customer, farmer in our case, benefit out of it and make money out of it. So all the stakeholder must create a value for each other. Then and then organization becomes sustainable. Now by fiat, by rule, government say private sector must put X amount of money and run a CSR. People who know how to make money, there are people who know how to spend money, and both are different skill set. And therefore, you check your own house, you are making good money at the end of the month. But you know what? Who is a good spender? Not you, your wife. Because this is better negotiator. She does better job because both skills are good actually. It's different skill. So government job is actually to take care of the societies and weak, downtrodden part of the society. If corporates are supposed to make money and pay taxes, out of the tax, the government should run the welfare schemes. Now you are forcing sector, government, private sector, okay, you run CSR. You so in reality see how they run the CSR. Open your mind, you have a critical thinking, you see how they are running it. They are not competent. They will hire some NGO, give some money, and they will do something and show it in a 4 or 5 report, in their annual report. To me, I think we need to get out of this. I mean, personally, if you really ask my personal opinion, though I'm on a leave, a holiday today, so it's my purely private opinion.
Yeah, one more question. Probably you will have a different answer for this. We talked of germplasm sharing of pre-breeding material, collaborative research, public-private partnership. So long, almost 15 years, we have seen many national conferences in India. What is the issue that really plagues either side of these which have not come together on a common platform? I could see some of the countries where there are platforms which permit industries to share parental lines of other companies, and these things can also be created in India. I think that is where more and more fruitful impacts could be created among companies, between public and private research organizations.
Such a powerful question you're asking me, and I think we need to do something about it. If you do that successfully, we can unlock the value in our plant breeding significantly. Why it is not happening, my take, and I'm open to comment and criticism. I think when I compare my experience, I go to Europe, I go to US, Australia, what I'm seeing that there is a openness between the government, academia, and the private sector. Openness means that, let's say you take my job and I take your job to that extent. For example, like people who are academia, PhD, head of department somewhere, and suddenly we'll find he is heading a plant breeding R&D of one private company. So there is a movement of the people across the sector. Same way, today I'm in a private sector, I can be a senior position in the government. So these countries have a very open, system whereby everybody is aware of other people's perspective. Like people sitting from private sector to the government or academia, they understand how it works. So there is a understanding of perspective of each other. They have developed the processes also that there are concern of a country because genetic pool, plant or animal or whatever it is asset of a country. Should not be stolen away. If it is used for a productive purposes, all the stakeholder must benefit out of it. So there are agreements, there are processes all in place, robust one. It can be audited also. So there is a very good collaboration happening, and there is an environment of trust. In India, what I see, we go to academia, we go to government, we go to private sector. Officially, they may say anything. In reality, there is a lack of trust. Not enough trust, right? And also, they have their own feeling of superiority for themselves. A private sector will say, okay, though all these people know. We know better. Look at the way we have done it. Who is contributing more in seed industry? It's a private sector talk, which is true. Vegetable segment, if you see today, all hybrids are coming from private sector, right? So they have their pride. Go to the government, they say government, public sector companies. what is their topic? Favorite topic is private sector is charging a lot. They're exploiting farmers, profiteering it. When he listened to them senior level in public sector. Now you explain a lot of logic, but it doesn't work because something can come to your experience by experience only. I gave a logic to him. One gentleman from a public sector, senior position, asked me, Bhupen, in Chile, we are selling at 20,000 rupees a kilo and XYZ company selling at 50,000 rupees a kilo. I said, very fact that the farmer is buying, that means he sees a value. If he doesn't see a value, farmer is not stupid, he will not buy. So that means that is definitely different than what you are offering. You are talking about cost plus, number one. Number two, in a given scenario, if a given product is delivering a superior value, farmer will buy, company will make profit out of it. That profit will be part of the saving of a company, which will go back into the R&D part of it after paying dividend to the investors. And that cycle has to continue. And suppose there is a bad time, you don't have a good product and good sale, company cannot survive, right? Company have to close the company and ask all the employees to go home. Can you do in government, private, the public sector? Suppose the public sector is not making money, immediately government of India will release 100, 200 crore to them. For private sector, there is no government of India. So, it's like a understanding from each other's perspective. And of course, government policy making. I was reading one statement recently that top official from a ministry, I think they say that they want private sector, public sector to play a big role in seed production rather than private sector. Now, when you hear this statement, as a senior leader of the seed industry, what do I think? I think that what these people are talking. On one level, they want to increase the profitability of a farmer, and they want to do it via government offices only, and via only public sector companies. Fine, do it. Make it a policy and close the public sector. So, these are the things doesn't make sense for the agriculture and the farming. It's important that all of us, and therefore visiting your center was amazing, eye-opening. You are a classical leader. I'm not really praising on your face, but I wish more and more Dr. Vilas Tonapi are there in our government system. They understand the perspective with an open mind and willing to share the knowledge and willing to take the knowledge also with a humility. If you do that, you are creating a tremendous value for the farmer and the farming industry and seed industry. I was so encouraged that I sent my own team to use this, go and learn. How do we collaborate? Because open egg is our philosophy now. We need to open egg. Wherever we find center of excellence, in millet, I think in the world, you are the center of excellence. You and your team, what you have done it. Incubation was a fantastic idea. I never eaten this, like all the women coming in and cooking in the kitchen. What you have done is amazing thing. I wish more and more people can do this. Jointly we can create. Now, having done that, a company like ours and few others can get inspired and say, okay, let's start focusing on other millet. Right now we are focused only on the corn or the wheat or the soybean. Right? Can we focus on millet, which you have already more than a dozen, and bring it back to the plate of the human being, Indians and Africans and other part of the world. So to me, I think there is opportunity for us to all the new leaders coming in to challenge each other, change it. We can unlock tremendous value via this collaboration. More trusting, more collaborating, and holding each other accountable for the delivery.
Yeah. So thank you very much. One final question. How do you foresee better mechanization in farming and also in the seed industry to enable better quality seed access to everyone?
I think last 2 years, unfortunately, because of pandemic, traveling was not much, but I think pandemic also accelerated two things, digitalization and mechanization, massively. Innovation is happening on the mechanization front, what I see it. Questions are being asked, can the current practices of this testing in corn, for example, is human-centric in a big way. I'm taking a corn right now because that help us in explaining and understanding the situation better. So I think that is a digitalization and mechanizations are the way to go. And it is not a matter of choice because the cost of labor is increasing dramatically and that is not going to be cheaper going forward. And mechanical solutions are available around the world. I mean, we can reinvent the wheel if you want, but I always say that to our own team that, you know what, we call it that India has a small holders, small farm holding is smaller. But study at this farm holding of China and Japan, you realize that even they are smaller than us. But in both the country, mechanization is higher than us. So we have some people ahead of the curve. Go there, visit them, bring in some of the machines, make it suitable to our circumstances. And I think we can do wonders. Many companies are doing it. I'm very happy actually. Some of the farm machine companies are coming up. They are modifying their equipment, machines to fit our system there. So I think that is a very encouraging development there.
So thank you very much. I think we wish we will continue this particular dialogue for a long time, but probably for the paucity of time, we will conclude this at this point of time. Somewhere, sometime in some other occasion, we will carry forward the remaining questions. And thank you so much, sir, for your time. And we were all really enlightened with your clear-cut thoughts. And we really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time and invite.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think Dr. Ilangovan, we will be going now with Dr. YBK Ramakrishna. So welcome, sir. It's a great opportunity for us to welcome you to speak on India's clean energy and transition system. In fact, we are benefited with your association with IIMR, a lot of positive things in our dialogue and also the research in first and second generation biofuels. And we look forward for your presentation. And before that, I request Jinu Jacob to introduce Dr. Ramakrishna, please.
Yeah. So it's an honor and privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. YB Ramakrishna, India Chair, EU-India BCE 2022. An electronics engineer by training, Dr. Ramakrishna had an illustrious career in research, marketing, and business development. His journey on environment protection and alternative energy started in 1986 and is now completely devoted to bioenergy program. He chaired the task force on biofuels in Karnataka, and he was later made the chairman of Karnataka State Biofuel Development Board with the rank of a minister. He is now playing a key role at all India level in promoting biofuels as a member expert on the working group on biofuels, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. He has been instrumental in drafting the National Biofuel Policy of 2018, various biofuel initiatives in India, the formation of Indo-EU cooperation in advanced biofuels, and in formation of BioFuture platform. He has several awards and recognitions to his credit, such as Lifetime Contribution to Bioenergy Award by Karnataka State Bioenergy Development Board, Outstanding Green Energy Activist Award by Indian Federation of Green Energy, etc. Currently, Dr. Ramakrishna is a member expert in Working Group on Biofuels, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, member.
Yeah. Jinu, we lost connection.
Jinu, please unmute.
Yeah, sorry, sir. Currently, Dr. Ramakrishna is a member expert in Working Group on Biofuels, member in Apex Committee on Methanol Economy, Niti Aayog, chairman of Task Force on Methanol Production from Biomass, Niti Aayog, and chairman of Study Steering Committee on Availability of Surplus Agriculture Biomass in India, DST TIFAC, Ministry of Science and Technology. He is also associated with various voluntary organizations like Samagra Vikas and Tamaha Trust, to name a few. We are extremely delighted to have you here, sir, and to listen to your talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My thanks to Dr. Vilas Thonapi and the Indian Institute of Millet Research team, as well as COPPA, for having invited me today to share my views. What I'm going to do now is, when I was basically asked to present here, I was wondering as to, what possibly I can contribute. As I started thinking, then I realized the close relationship between the biofuel program and the Indian agricultural system, and how this could possibly be, addressing some of the pressing needs of the agricultural sector today. So my presentation is basically about some of the initiatives that we have taken at the policy level and at some of the programs at the ground level, and basically really look at how some of our initiatives could, obviously it's going to address the climate change concerns, but as far as the challenges of the agriculture sector and the nutritional security, how the biofuel can play a role is something that I would like to, talk about. Now, if you really look at the biofuel program at the global level, the energy security and the environment concerns are the two which really drives the program. India has added a new dimension to the biofuel program. We are also looking at can this be a tool for rural development? When I say that, if you closely look at the agricultural sector, specifically in the last 2 to 3 decades, the kind of challenges that the sector has been going through is enormous. So we firmly believe that the biofuel program, the way we are trying to design in India, could address some of these problems and help the agricultural community scale over these problems. And that's how we look at the program. World over, when a biofuel program is being discussed, there is a debate on whether energy security is important or food security. But when we are designing this program, we are essentially looking at how energy security and food security can both be achieved through the biofuel program that we have designed in India. To talk about the program, it's not a new program. Way back in 1940s, India started blending ethanol in gasoline, and it was called power petrol. It was sold in Mumbai, and all the ethanol that was required for this blending was supplied from the city of Mandya in Karnataka. And when you talk about the biogas plant, the world's first biogas plant was set up in 1893 in Matunga from cow dung. And since then, India, with regard to the technology, has done some wonderful work, but with regard to commercialization of these technologies, we had done very little so far. In the recent past, we started the ethanol blending program in gasoline in 2002, 2003, thanks to Mr. Ram Naik, who was the then petroleum minister, who took the decision in one of the workshop that we had organized in Bangalore in Indian Institute of Science. So in 2009, the country came up with a biofuel policy. This was a national policy was built around the Karnataka policy, of which I was the architect. And then we set a target of blending 20% ethanol in gasoline by 2017 and 20% diesel in biodiesel in diesel. But until 2014, we had not made much of a progress. When the new government was put in place in 2014, I was invited to help the government in coming up with a new policy, as well as create a roadmap for the deployment of the biofuel program in the country. So in 2015, June, a national working group on biofuel was constituted, and I was requested to chair that. So I chaired that working group for 3 years, and I continue to be a member expert on that working group until now. So a new policy was put in place in 2018, with a target to do 10% blending of ethanol by 2022, that's the end of this year, and 20% by 2030. Several of those initiatives that we took in the last few years gave us the confidence that we will not only be able to achieve 10% blending by 2022, and we need not have to really wait for 2030 to achieve 20% blending. So we have advanced it to 2025. I will talk about it a little later. 5% biodiesel blending by 2030, that's another target. And then we are also looking at 15 million metric tons of compressed biogas to be produced from different types of wasted resources, including agricultural resources, by 2025. So I'll be talking about that program also in little detail. And also looking at some of the futuristic fuels like methanol, dimethyl ether, green hydrogen, etc. So basically, the country has set a target of achieving net zero by 2070. Prime Minister has already announced it. And the biofuel program is already in place. And we firmly believe that if our dreams can be achieved in the time frame that we have set for ourselves, it could be much earlier than 2070. Now, talking about ethanol, most of the ethanol that was produced before 2018 was from sea molasses. Now we have increased the feedstock base for the first generation ethanol. So we have allowed bee molasses, sugarcane juice, sugar syrup, etc. When I say this, people keep asking me, is it not going to really affect the sugar production in the country? We all know that in the last decade or so, we have been producing anywhere between 6 to 8 million metric tons of sugar in excess of what we can consume in India. So in order to make sure there is no sugar glut and this sugar is sold in markets outside India, government had been spending quite a bit of money to support and subsidize the export of sugar, because the international prices were much lower than the Indian production prices. So we decided that instead of trying to sell it at lower prices in the international market, we decided that it could be converted into ethanol. And similarly, in the recent policy, we have allowed damaged and surplus food grain to be converted into ethanol. Here again, people keep asking, now, you talk about food and energy security debate, and you're diverting the food grains for production of ethanol. We have to really understand that, we have been producing so much of food grain, especially the paddy and wheat, and we are not really able to consume it. In fact, there is a situation where the Food Corporation of India has not been able to lift the grains that has been produced by the farmers because they have no place to stock it. In fact, year after year, there is some statistics from the Agriculture Ministry and Food Ministry saying that almost about 40-50 tons of food grains are being wasted every year, which has been collected by Food Corporation of India. Now, we thought instead of allowing this food grains to rot, and also the surplus grain where government is not able to pick it up at the minimum support price, we thought that could be diverted for production of bioethanol. Now, there are almost about 500 to 550 plants, new plants which are coming up, which have been licensed, who will be producing ethanol from damaged and surplus food grain. So we have also expanded the feedstock base by allowing sweet sorghum, corn, sugar beet, cassava, etc., to be used for the production of ethanol. I will share some numbers later on in the next slide. We're also looking at second generation ethanol, where a lot of agricultural residues. My previous speaker was talking about burning of paddy straw in Punjab and Haryana. If you really look at the total burning that takes place across the country of various different types of agri residues, it's in the range of about 180 to 190 million metric tons. So, I was also, the chairman of the steering committee who looked into the surplus availability of the biomass, surplus biomass availability in the country. We did study on the 10 major crops in the country, and we found that we produce more than 1 billion metric ton of the agri residues from these 10 crops, and out of which about 800 million metric ton is consumed for various applications, but nearly 200 million metric ton was being burnt on farmers' field without recovering any value out of it and contributing to the environment pollution. So we decided that we should think in terms of using these residues also for commercial production of ethanol. The technology was not mature. There were a lot of challenges, but however, the kind of work that we have done in the last few years, we are very confident that the technology, though we have challenges of, the cost of the capex and operating expenses being very high at this point of time, we believe that after the first few plants are built, we will be able to control the costs also. Currently, India is constructing 4 second-generation ethanol plants. All of them are being set up by oil marketing companies and a refinery in Numaligarh in Assam. All of them are going to be commissioned from between August this year and June next year. When that happens, India will have maximum number of commercial second generation ethanol plants anywhere on earth. And we are also moving into third generation, where we are talking about carbon capture and utilization. A world's first such plant is being built in Panipat, where all the carbon gases that comes out of the refinery is being captured, and through a technology called gas fermentation, these gases are being converted into ethanol. And this plant is also going to be commissioned August this year. In fact, a lot of policy ecosystem, I don't want to go too deep into that. There are a lot of several enablers that have been created by Government of India. Whoever produces ethanol, 100% offtake guarantee is there. Tax rationalization has happened. There is an administered, pricing and differential pricing based on different feedstock and the kind of process complexities that have been involved. And for second generation ethanol, capex being quite high, there is a viability gap funding. Almost up to about 20% of the project cost is going to be funded by Government of India. There are interest subvention schemes, almost to an extent of 6% of the interest cost will be borne by the government. And then, we are also looking at blending ethanol up to 20%, and beyond that, we are looking at selling E100 itself. So, introduction of taxi engines, also looking at ethanol for production of sustainable aviation fuel, ethanol blends in diesel, which is a very unique program that we are thinking of in India, and nowhere else on earth this program is being thought of at this point of time. We have had very successful experiments at the laboratory and at pilot levels. Now, if you really see the kind of steps that we have taken, the procurement of the ethanol for the blending purpose has considerably gone up. In fact, this year, this is the kind of percentage of blending we have been able to successfully do year after year. In 2022, by December, we were looking at achieving 10% blending. A week ago, we achieved 9.99% blending across the country. And we believe by December this year, as against the target of 10%, we will be achieving about 11%. And we are on the track to achieve 20% blending by 2025. This is the second generation plant, which is being built in Panipat. This is the ethanol is going to be produced from paddy straw. Basically, the technology that we have adopted is the lignocellulosic conversion. Convert lignin, the lignocellulosic material, separate the lignin and cellulose, and the cellulose is hydrolyzed and fermented to get ethanol. So this plant is going to be dedicated to the country, most probably on the 15th of August. This is the 75th independent year. And this is the another picture of the same plant that is under construction there, under commissioning. And this is the third generation ethanol plant. This is again in Panipat. The Panipat refinery, the flue gases are being captured and being converted into ethanol. This is also going to be commissioned in August this year. If you really look at the plants that I mentioned, all these plants are going to be commissioned between August and March next year. 3 of the plants are based on paddy straw, and the Numaligarh plant is based on bamboo, where they will be converting bamboo not only into ethanol, but also byproducts like acetic acid and furfural. So the last one is the gas fermentation plant, which is going to be commissioned this year. So with all the initiatives that we have taken, we believe that by 2025-26, we will be producing something like 15 billion liters of ethanol, both from grain and molasses route. If you really see the numbers, it's almost the same from the grain route as well as the molasses route. And what we require for about 20% blending would be about 10 to 11 billion liters. So we will have another 4 billion liters of ethanol in excess. So we are looking at starting the E100 sales, that is 100% ethanol sales through the retail outlets, starting from 2024. So let me also talk a little about the biofuel, biogas program. This table here captures various types of wasted biomaterials. You have the surplus agricultural residues, spent wash, pressed mud, etc. that comes from sugar industry, municipal solid waste, and then you have so much of sewage that is being generated in the country, and then recoverable, not just cattle dung, but various types of animal dung. So if you really look at, the estimate of these wasted resources is only a very conservative estimate. And even if you convert that into compressed biogas, India has the potential to produce about 60 million metric tons of compressed biogas. And when you do that, you also generate something like 370 million metric tons of compost or fermented manure, what we call as biodigester. That's a huge quantity of biomanure that we will be talking about. The earlier speaker was also talking about carbon sequestration, etc. Now, in addition to the nutrition that is there in this, so much of carbon and silicon content also goes back into the soil when you start applying this on the farmer's field. Now, we have a program called SATAT. It stands for Sustainable Alternative to Affordable Transportation. This was launched in 2018. We are looking at various different types of wasted resources and convert them into compressed biogas. Looking at setting about 5,000 commercial plants by 2025, produce about 15 million metric tons of compressed biogas. This is only about 25% of the total potential that I talked about in the previous slide. So this is what we would like to achieve in first phase and produce about 90 million metric tons of fermented manure here. So there is a 100% offtake guarantee. The oil marketing companies will be selling these gases through their retail outlet. One can also inject this into the pipeline. And then the government has created several enablers, like has declared this as a priority lending sector. And there have been some kind of a floor price that has already been announced, and the price has also been revised by government, which is just waiting for the final approval now. So there are 3,300 letter of intent signed, and 2,400 MOUs have been signed by oil marketing companies with various entrepreneurs who are trying to put up this plant. As we move forward, we are looking at, by 2025, all the two-wheelers or three-wheelers that are going to be produced will run either on EV or 100% ethanol or 100% compressed biogas. So that's the kind of ecosystem that we are really looking at. I'll share some pictures. This is one of the plant that has been set up in Pune. This is based on the food waste that gets generated from homes and the restaurants in Pune. This is only, the food waste, 300 tons comes from only about 25% of the Pune city. And that food waste gets processed here, and they generate about 14,000 kgs of compressed biogas every day. And besides manure, they also generate, 100 metric tons of potable kind of water, which can be converted into potable kind of water, 100 metric tons of that every day. This is another plant which is going to be, dedicated to the nation by end of this month. This processes paddy straw. This has been set up by a company called Varveo from Germany. They process about 300 tons of paddy straw every day. That means in a year, they will be consuming something like 1 lakh tons of paddy straw. You can see the 8 digesters in that picture, and also they have paddy straw which have been stored on the left side, which is only about 1 month's requirement. So they have created kind of a hub and spoke model. All the paddy straw from about 10-kilometer radius. You can see around the plant, it's all paddy fields. They collect it in about 8 to 10-kilometer radius, and they have created depots where they stock all this and bring it to the plant whenever it is really required. Currently, the plant has become operational, and I think in about 3 to 4 months' time, they will be running it to full scale. So when they produce 33 tons of CBG, every day they also produce about 400 to 500 tons of manure with about 80% of moisture. Even when you dehydrate it or dry it up, daily they will be producing about 200 tons of biodigestate or fermented manure. And this is the way how IOCL has been storing, branding, and marketing it. This is something that's happening in Pune. And then, the companies like, the IOCL, as well as the people who are manufacturing compressed biogas are really looking at even branding and marketing the fermented manure. So this is fermented manure from a plant in Tamil Nadu called in Namakkal, where they use poultry waste as well as press mud from the sugar industry. And it's a 200 ton per day kind of a plant. They generate almost about 20 tons of compressed biogas and also biomanure, which is already being marketed in Tamil Nadu and Kerala and Karnataka. Now, we are also having a big program as far as the sustainable aviation fuel is concerned. The other CSIR institution, Indian Institute of Petroleum in Dehradun, has developed a technology to convert any kind of oil into sustainable aviation fuel. In August 2018, first flight with 25% of the sustainable aviation fuel in one of the engines was put, and a flight from Dehradun to Delhi was taken by SpiceJet. So, even Indian Air Force has been testing all the aircrafts with the sustainable aviation fuel that has been produced. So now, as we're moving forward, we are really looking at various different types of non-edible oil seeds which can be converted into sustainable aviation fuel, apart from the biodiesel, and also producing the sustainable aviation fuel through the ethanol route. So we are in the process of setting up 2 or 3 commercial plants in the coming 2 to 3 years time. And then by 2035, we will have to start blending sustainable aviation fuel in with the ATF and fly all our fuel aircrafts in future. So this was the first flight. You can see that there was so much of importance that was given. There were 5 central ministers who were there at that point of time, who came there to receive the flight in Delhi. And you also see the person who is sitting on a chair, Dr. Anjan Ray, who's the one who developed the technology of converting oils into sustainable aviation fuel. Well, coming to the very theme of this today workshop, that webinar that you people have been having, I would like to really bring about the kind of linkages that are there in addressing some of the challenges that are there, and what kind of a role biofuel can play. As I mentioned, whether it is bioethanol or bio CNG or the compressed biogas, a lot of agricultural residues that are there, it can be used for which there is no economic value at this point of time. It is possible for us to convert them into fuels. With making use of various different technology. One is, when we talk about CBG, we are talking about fermentation. When we are talking about second generation ethanol, we are talking about lignocellulosic conversion through an enzymatic process. But we can also go for the pyrolysis and convert them into oil. And then, you can also look at gasification of these agricultural residues, and through multiple different technologies can convert them into various different types of gaseous or liquid fuels. And then I mentioned earlier that both in case of bioethanol as well as in the case of bio CNG, we are generating so much of fermented biomanure, which could digestate, which could considerably replace the chemical fertilizers that we have been consuming. So that would really help, not only sequester the biogenic carbon into the soil, but the nutritional needs can very easily be met with. And also, we all know that with the reduced chemical fertilizer utilization, the microbial activity is going to go up by making use of all the kind of fermented biomanure that we are talking about. The other important aspect is that biofuel being a highly decentralized activity, we can think in terms of, when we talk about the kind of circular economy, we can think in terms of, applying this in the area where agricultural crops are being grown, whether it is energy crop or whether it is agricultural residues or the kind of waste streams that are generated. It gets converted into energy, and that energy gets consumed locally, which can considerably bring down the cost of energy and all the manure that is also required for your agricultural activities is also available locally. So in that way, some of the environmental concerns that we are talking about, burning can stop, and then the actual carbon footprints can get considerably reduced. And through these kind of programs, the input to agriculture, input cost to the agriculture can considerably erode. Now, one of the things that we have to really look at as we move forward, tremendous amount of work that has been done at Indian Institute of Millet Research with regard to sorghum, millet, etc. There are many other crops like bamboo, napier grass, which are low input energy crops, which can ideally be used for our biofuel program. And these are the kind of crops which will help us achieve food, fodder, and energy security. Now, one of the things that I would appeal to this group, participating in the two-day webinar, is that we have to seriously think in terms of how do we integrate energy crops with our agriculture. It could be tree-based oil seeds, or it could be short gestation oil seed crops. When I say short gestation oil seed crop, it could be both edible oil seed crops as well as non-edible oil seed crops. When we are talking about nutritional security, we grow so much of food grains, but when it comes to meeting the nutritional needs, whether meeting the oil demand or even the protein demand, we fall short, and we are still dependent on imports. So by integrating these kind of crops, we not only address the nutritional needs, but we can also address the energy needs of the country. And one other important aspect is that there are short gestation crop, oilseed, both edible, non-edible, which from childhood, what I had observed is that, especially in the rain-fed conditions, we used to grow one food grain, and the rabi crop used to be either pulses or it used to be oilseed crops. It requires much less water input. Even with the residual moisture, it can be grown, and that would also help fix nitrogen into the soil so that the soil would become nitrogen rich for the next food grain crop that we may want to grow. So this is something that we have to seriously look into. In most of the rain-fed agricultural land, only one crop is being grown. We had to, with some kind of interventions, I believe that it is possible for us to grow not only the oilseed, but also pulses, etc. Whatever you grow, whether if it's a non-edible oilseed, it can straight away be used for production of biodiesel or sustainable aviation fuel, or the kind of agricultural residue, all the biomass that you generate can also be used for either generation of the biogas or ethanol, or many other not only energy but biomaterials and chemicals. So a lot of work in this area is already being done, and switching to biomanure as well as de-oiled cake as soil enhancers is something that has to be seriously considered. In the coming days, under these programs that I'm talking about, humongous quantities of biodigestate, de-oiled cake, etc., are going to be generated. And the best way to utilize this is that it should go back to the soil as soil enhancer. It is not only increases the nutritional value of the soil, but so much of carbon, the biogenic carbon goes back into the soil, which is the need of the hour today. So the journey forward, as I see it, is both energy and food security. We have to see them together, and this kind of targets that we have can be achieved through proper application of life sciences, on which you people have been working so hard. So thank you very much. I will stop here, and if there are any questions, I would be very happy to take.
So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was really nice, and the way forward in clean energy we are looking at. And I think it is going to be a reality soon, the kind of setup and the plants that are coming up. There are two questions, sir. One is paddy straw burning, and seriously, one is thinking how we can really prevent it. I think aggregation is a problem. So how do you think in this supply chain we can really energize the aggregation component of it so that paddy straw burning could be what you call minimized and then totally taken out at the end?
Yeah, in the feedstock supply chain for this, I believe aggregation is only a small problem. Today we have technologies where you can go to the farmer's field, and the standing stubble can easily be harvested, bundled together, densified. All these things can be done. There are models that are being developed by the plants that are being put. As I mentioned to you, in Punjab and Haryana, two bioethanol plants are coming, and Varbio has set up this first biogas plant, and they're also looking at setting up another 10 to 12 such plants in that region. Now, the challenge with regard to aggregation, harvesting and aggregation, is that you have a small window of about 40-45 days during which you have to go to the farmer's field and collect it. The farmer is not going to do it basically because it's going to cost them a lot of money to do that. So the easy way out for them is to burn it. So there are certain programs which have been put in place. One is both the Punjab and Haryana government has come up with a program where the FPOs can actually buy the kind of machinery that is really required, and it is funded to an extent of 90% by government, local governments. And it's only 10% that the FPOs had to put, so they can go aggregate it and stock it, over a period of, during those 40-45 days of window that is available to us. The biggest challenge is, stocking it all through the year and making it available to the industry in the form and factor that is required, and at a certain, cost which is economical to them. So there are a lot of trade-offs. One is, how do you give a good fair price to the farmer, and also ensure that it is a good price for the processing industry. So when it comes to the storage, the moisture cannot be too high, moisture cannot be too low. So there are several such issues, and the storage also, storing these kind of paddy straw also calls for a big capex. So those are the kind of challenges that we have. And I believe that these challenges will be things of the past very soon with the kind of initiative that have been taken at the ground level. And I believe that in the next 3 years' time, this is not going to be discussed as a problem at all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. One last question quickly, your answer. This non-edible oil seeds, basically Jatropha pangemia. We invested so much in Jatropha earlier, but somehow it couldn't really take off. How do you think we can really capitalize on their potential?
Well, whether it is Jatropha or pangemia, in my opinion, that most of the spending has done by the government without application of mind. And there was a lot of hype that was created around these crops about its productivity and returns for the farmers, etc. It was highly unrealistic. So I think, this should not be a production of, especially the TBOs, should not be considered as a alternate activity to the farming activities. It has to be integrated with the farming activity, and we have to really see that this is being grown as, which brings additional income to the farmers. The simple reason being that the gestation period for all these crops is quite high, and farmers cannot really afford to spend money and wait for years. So the other problem that we had with Jatropha earlier was that, we made the farmers to grow this, but we had no program to procure it and process it into biodiesel. So we have a program now, but we have the biggest challenge is the availability of the feedstock. Now there will be a big market basically because the countries like Indonesia and Malaysia, they don't want, they're putting so many restrictions on the export of palm and palm styrene and other products. So, it will be impossible in future for us to import and produce biodiesel or sustainable aviation fuel economically. So we have to put a program in place. The past experience shows that we never tried to involve the farming community in a big way in our biofuel program. So as we move forward, it is very important that we involve the community in a big way. There are a lot of other research aspects, like the quality of the seed material, the kind of agronomic practices that have to be created, and the kind of pre-processing that really needs to be done, the kind of market linkages to be created. These are some of the important aspects that we need to create as we move forward with regard to the non-edible oil seed production program.
Sir, thank you very much for enlightening us with the total progress, and we hope that we will really achieve the target that has been set in for the blending. And I think ethanol and petrol and biodiesels will be a kind of sustainable answer for the green energy which the government has planned. So thank you very much, sir. We will be in touch and take your guidance on the policy.
Thank you. And
thank
in
you,
fact, we are moving towards from biofuel 1.0 to 2.0. And when we are talking about 2.0, the total involvement of the agricultural technologies, the communities becomes very important. And that is where I think we need to work together, cooperate together to achieve the objectives of 2.0.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Ilangon.
Sir, please unshare your slides.
Yes, I'll.
Sir, I think now we have the last presentation in this particular session by Dr. Rajeshwar Rao. He is Director of Tropical Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur. Welcome, Dr. Rajeshwar Rao. And he will be speaking on impact of climate change on agroforestry and adaptation strategies. So, I welcome you again, and I request Jinu to kindly introduce Dr. Rajeshwar Rao.
Dr. G. Rajeshwar Rao is Director, ICFRE Tropical Forest Research Institute, Jabalpur since 2018. He has served as a Senior Scientist and Principal Scientist in NRC Agroforestry and CRIDA. Dr. Rao completed MSc and PhD in Forestry with specialization in silviculture. His specialized work in biodiesel species, Jatropha and Pongamia, has fetched him a patent in this area. He has mobilized extramural research funding on tens of crores of rupees both in ICAR and ICFRE institutes. Dr. Rao is serving as Secretary of Indian Society of Dryland Agriculture and Vice President of Indian Society of Agroforestry. He has more than 40 research papers in national and international journals and has taken up significant extension and outreach activities in biofuel and agroforestry projects. Thank you for joining us today, sir.
Thank you.
The recording has stopped.
So I give my presentation to...
This meeting is being recorded.
Hello, are you sharing my presentation? Hello, am I audible?
You're audible, but slide is not sharing.
No, I have given a slide to you only. You have to share it.
Okay.
I am sharing, sir. 1 minute.
Right. Can I move it and I have to tell next?
Yeah, please. I can do it, sir. Please tell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, the topic of agroforestry, effect of climate change on agroforestry, I will be talking in reverse order, that how agroforestry helps in adaptation and the mitigation part of it in positive side. Most of my talk will revolve around this. Next. So my talk will be on these outlines: global change, rising CO2 levels, implications, then mitigation and adaptation aspect. The Previous slide, please. Evolutionary pathways of agroforestry, then mechanism of climate change mitigation, carbon sequestration, carbon substitution, and etc. And now, prominent examples of agroforest systems and livelihood support, and then constraints. Next slide. So in the morning, somebody might have told about this thing that global temperature has been increasing and how fast it is increasing. This slide shows that everybody knows it. Next slide, please. So this is what requires a lot of concern for world over, and Paris Agreement is about this only. That carbon dioxide concentration is increasing from 285 ppm in 1850 to 395 ppm present now, 41 increase. Similarly, methane is 170% increase. N2O is 20% increase. So these are the concerns for us, how to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions. That's what about Paris Agreement is about. Next. This is what worldwide picture of how greenhouse gas emissions are there. Next, please. And these are the sectors. Which sector is causing how much GHG emissions? That's the energy sector is the main culprit. It's 73.2%. Then agriculture is 16%. In Indian agriculture, the most of this 16% comes through paddy fields and enteric emissions. Next slide, please. This is what the climate variability in India. This is some history that 2002 droughts like that. So many people might have told you in this day today, because it is all about climate change. Next. This was the promises to keep. We have country has promised, our Prime Minister has promised that we have to some commitments we have to make, intended nationally determined contributions. 20 to 25% of GSM emissions intensity reduction by 2020, which needs a lot of work on trees, and we have to plant a lot more trees. That's where agroforestry plays a better role. This is a commitment that 33 to 35% of the 2005 level by 2030. This is the biggest commitment. It needs a lot of plantation by Indian soil that requires, because to meet this commitment. Next. This what about this districts Rajasthan which are affected by climate change, the low, medium, high, and major challenges in future agriculture system. Somebody might have told in this day, but the northward shift of domain crops, because temperatures are increasing, so crops are shifting northward. Increase in crop water requirement because of temperatures are increasing, so you require more water to pump, and plants require more water. Reduction in amount of available water is decreasing because of heat and a lot of evapotranspirations. Spatial and temporal changes in land availability for agriculture. Tropical countries being more disadvantaged because of temperature is rising and water is becoming lesser. Next. Next, please. So increased degradation of land resources, erosion, because of the extreme events. Nowadays, rainfall is same, but it is coming in lesser time compared to previous time. So more water in less time, that creates erosion problem. New management challenges such as dealing with changes in the new pests and diseases. Some major pests are becoming minor, and minor pests are becoming major. That's also the biggest problem for plant production. Increased cost of inputs due to steep increase in energy. When the energy prices are increasing, then fertilizer prices are increasing. What we are seeing in Sri Lanka, because they could not able to meet the fertilizer, they went for organic farming, and now they are in doldrums. Decrease in biodiversity because of extinction of more species, because of this change in carbon dioxide increasing and temperature increasing. Next, please. Some adaptable challenges include managing heat stress both on crops and animals, then reversing the land degradation through adaptation practices, then effective management of climate-related risk through promotion of innovative and sustainable diversification of farming. This diversification includes agroforestry. Efficient capture, storage, and utilization of rainfall, because less number of time, more rainfall, how to capture it, that is a problem. Next. Maintaining soil fertility, productivity, then limiting greenhouse gas emissions, guarding against pests and diseases, pressure, then enhancing resilience communities by better targeting investments and improving their use efficiency, ensuring maintenance of food. And these are the biggest problems of a climate change scenario. Next. Now I'm coming to the agroforestry, how it evolved. Pre-industrial area, it was traditional mixture of land, what we call homestead gardening. So it revolutionized from there. Nowadays in the 90s and the late 80s, there was a serious attempt to have a serious research on agroforestry. The NRC agroforestry was created and AGRIP agroforestry was created in India. Lot of research has been done. Now environmental problems coming. Then fertilizer crisis is now, so they want to go back for natural farming and those sorts of things. Next. This is simple terms. Agroforestry is nothing but it's a combination of trees and crops on the same unit area. In sometimes involving animals also. That's as simple as that. Next. There are so many kinds of agroforestry. It is a land management, crops, animals, and trees. When they are combined together, that's agroforestry by definition. Next. Next. These, you can see what are the benefits. There are carbon benefits, wood energy benefits, buffer climate risks, and water recycling, improve ecosystem resilience to microclimate, because the trees create microclimate very useful to the plants, reducing the harshness of the climate. So ecosystem services, food, fruits, medicines, reduce pressure on natural forests. These are the important benefits of practicing agroforestry, livelihood mitigation. So these are the how best agroforestry can be utilized in climate change scenario. Next. There are so many kinds of agroforestry. Alley cropping, when two hedgerows are maintained, in between there are fodder crops. So that's alley cropping. If you are going for involving crops, animals, and grasses, trees, and animals, then it's silviculture. Forest farming is the normally practiced in tribal belt areas, where tribals will take forest products, NWFP, non-timber forest products, and in help to the forest department, they tender the trees. That's the arrangement. Riparian forest buffers are the most important nowadays. What we are facing, floods and these things, is because of we removed most of the riparian forest buffers. Then windbreaks against hard winds and also desiccation winds. We can have perpendicular to the wind direction. We can have these things. Next. So these are some of the kind of windbreaks you can have around the village, or to protect crops. Whatever use, you can have this kind of windbreaks. It should be perpendicular to the wind. Next. And its effect will be on the, it's at 3 times the height of the windbreak. It will be safeguarding the plants or village or whatever. So these are protect plants. These are the normal usefulness of the trees. So I'm not going to read out all these things. Next, please. So this is the major carbon sinks and sources that can be affected by the field of windbreaks. It gives how wind is coming, and it can prevent, and it can throw the wind up or down, and so 3 meters of effect it can give. So that's how carbon deposition and so many uses of windbreaks are there. Next. Alley cropping, that's what I told. These are the hedgerows. In between, you can have crops or fodder grasses. So that normally they grow fodder crops here. So these are the bales, making out of bales here for fodder use. Next. Next, the uses I am not going to read out. Next, please. The silviculture, combining trees, animals, and grasses, fodders. It's a very effective system where lands are not suitable for cultivation. But thing is that the only problem is that you need to have a fence around this silviculture system, because otherwise the animals for which you are protecting, they may not be having much, because the stray animals can come and graze out your area. So you need to have fence around this system. That is the only drawback with this system. Otherwise, it's a fantastic system. Next, please. Next. Forest farming, as I was telling, is for non-timber forest products. In tribal belt areas, so many non-timber forest products are there, starting with BD leaf and NWFP, which normally the raw materials for Ayurveda medicine, the herbal medicines. So that can be encouraged. But here the only problem is that the tribals are cheated by the middlemen. So we at TFRA, we are trying to have a incubation center so that they can have customizing centers in tribal clusters, so that they can post harvest to little bit, and then there they can meet the purchasers depending on the demand. So that kind of thing we are developing there, so that the farmers can get more income out of this forest farming. Next, please. Next, please. So these are some of the products of it. Next, please. Now, this is the very important area, riparian forest buffers. Most of the forests we have removed along the rivers. So the frequent floods and pollution of the rivers because of the removal of this thing. And recently we TFRA involved in preparation of detailed project report for Narmada, how best it can be rejuvenated through forest interventions. 13 rivers were DPRs were prepared by ICFRE, and I was the team leader for Narmada. So we submitted, and that 2020 crores project was approved by the Ministry of Forest and Environment, and combined with the Jal Shakti Mantralaya, they are starting on June 15th. Coming June 5th, there is a big program of initiating this DPR. So we have to go back to the riparian forest buffers for that. Next, please. Next, please. So the IPCC third assessment report says that agroforestry is the best option for climate change scenario, both for adaptation and also for sequestration. Next, please. So how it will help means influencing radiation flux, air temperature, wind speed, saturation deficit, and understory crops. It moderates the climate, and it helps the understory crops to have less effect of these desiccating winds and desiccating temperature. So it creates an amelioration. So that is the best thing for so combination of trees and crops. It should be there for having a sustainable yield in climate change scenario. So these are some of the examples: shade trees to protect heat sensitive wind breaks, and mulches for reducing the soil temperature. So these are the uses of this thing. Next, please. So you can see with the help of this slide, trees help mitigate the climate change effect directly and indirectly. Shade lowers the temperature and lesser the water loss. You can see the seasonal rainfall and the maize plus Sesmania and sol maize. You can see the yields. When sol maize is there and when maize is combined with Sesbania, you can see the yield differences. That shows the ameliorative effectiveness of the trees on the field. Next, please. Highly effective in silent water conservation, because high temperatures and drier means lower organic matter. So, but the continuous fall of leaf litter and this thing because of trees, and they can also protect the soil from direct hit by the rainfall, so that splash erosion can be stopped, reduced at least. This is involving permanent cover, arresting the reversing of land degradation. And it adds more organic carbon to soil. So these are the important things which agroforest takes care of. Next, please. This is the cycle which trees-based system. It helps in soil and water conservation. When soil and water conservation is conserved, it again helps the tree-based system to flourish much. So these are the two interdependent, and they help symbiotically. So this is how it shows that trees are needed for soil and water conservation. Soil and water conservation also needed for tree-based system. Next, please. Agrosystems offer major pathways of sustainable diversification. You can have 3 or 4 enterprises on the same piece of land, so that if one is damaged, through other you can have in returns instead of complete failure and the suicidal things. Next, please. So these are the sustainable diversified land use systems. Homestead, which is normally more famous in Kerala side, and roadside plantations on the farm, canal embankments, sliding terraces, so that to arrest the soil erosion, and sliding the terraces in hill areas. Degraded lands, trees are the only option. And common property resource, of course, this is a big gray area in India. So if it is common property, nobody is going to tend it. That's our psychology. So if common property resources are correctly managed, Then there is a, but it is not easy. Telling is very easy, but it's very difficult because you have to bring the mindset change in the people to have cooperative type of thing, which is very difficult. Forest margins, you can have buffer of trees so that the villagers can have take from them instead of getting into the tree forest itself. Next, please. It has a capacity to enhance use efficiency and rainwater. Direct impact change in precipitation patterns and indirect impact increase in losses through runoff and evaporation as already told soil and water conservation measures. It prevents the direct heating of rain, and so erosion is reduced, and it draws nutrients from the lower levels, and it increases, and microclimate also it ameliorates. These are the effects of the trees on crops. Next, please. You can see the capacity and water availability and reduce runoff and pollution increase. So you can see when we have natural fallow, can you have trees, and then the trees, you can see the amount of availability reduce runoff. You can see the comparison. You can see. Next, please. Then agroforestry provides economically viable and environmentally friendly means of improved soil fertility, nutrient inputs to the soil, internal cycling, because from lower levels it draws the nutrient supports. Nutrient losses from the soil is reduced. Provide environmental benefits, what I was telling, microclimate improvement. Then if you include nitrogen fixing trees and then tree fallows, then it will again add organic material and organic, it adds more organic manure to it. Nutrient accumulation steps like that. Next, please. Agroforestry have potential to limit carbon emissions and sequestration because trees store a lot of carbon in their standing biomass. In that way, it stores a lot of carbon. So this now the trials are being made. How much carbon estimation are being made? How much carbon is there in standing biomass of Indian forests? Forest Survey of India is doing it, and it is helping us to defend that whatever agriculture emissions are there from India, entering emissions and paddy fields, we can counter it by having these carbon pools in our forests and agroforest areas, trees outside forests. Next, please. These are, you can see the carbon sequestration potential of different management options. You can see the agroforestry, it is the maximum potential to sequester carbon sequestration compared to cropland management, rice management, or grazing management, and forest management. So this tells that the importance of carbon agroforestry in carbon sequestering capacity. Next, please. Next slide, please. Hello. Next slide, please.
It's not moving, sir.
It's not moving here. I don't know.
Here also it's not moving, sir.
What's the problem?
Ilangan, you can unshare and share again. See.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Next slide. Now we have committed to a lot of sustainable development goals and land degradation neutrality by 2030. So many promises are there. So the SDG 2.4 ensure sustainable food production systems and implement resilient agriculture practices, strengthen capacity of adaptation. So this can be done through agroforestry only. That's what SDG 2.4 can be met if we practice agroforestry. Then coming to SDG 13.2, integrate climate change measures to national policies, strategies and planning. Whatever we committed in INDC or NDC, so it can be possible if we have more number of trees outside forest. That's the trees outside forest is agroforestry. Then SDG 15.3 by 2023, combat desertification, restore degraded land resources, and we have also committed to land degradation neutrality. That can come only through planting the trees. So that is important. Why I'm mentioning these things, that all these things can only be possible if we have more tree area outside forests also. Next, please. That can be possible only through agroforestry only. Then these are some of the risks and how adaptation is making our agroforestry practices can improve them. So the riparian forest buffers are like cropping are needed for increase in precipitation events, intense precipitation events. This can take care of that. And then increased temperatures, you need to have silviculture system. No system can work at that time. Increased frequency of intensity of drought, wind breaks are needed for that. Increased storm intensity, wind and precipitation, wind breaks and early cropping. So all kind of climate related risks you have answer in trees and agroforestry. That's what I want to tell. Next, please. Again, not moving. Hello.
I feel it's not moving, sir. Just 1 minute, sir.
I don't know what's the problem. That's why only I handed over there. I know this problem. Okay. Then there is a SWOT analysis of agroforestry opportunities. Demand for carbon credits by government is increasing, and insurance schemes can address risks. Political commitments to mitigate climate change, whatever their sustainable development goals or land degradation neutrality or INDCs, it can be possible only if we have trees outside forests. But threats are also there. Temporary credit phase. This agroforestry, I mean tree credits. The carbon credit system is now very low. The EU emissions trading scheme exclusively forestry credits. This is again a problem because low demand of carbon credits nowadays. Kyoto Protocol imposes 1% cap on forestry credits, but even that is not possible nowadays because of low price of carbon purchase capacity. Future CDM regime post-2022 still remains uncertain. So carbon credit system with lot of euphoria, it was started that the agroforest system can be bundled and can get a lot of carbon credits, but that is not actually happening nowadays. Next, please. There are some of the mitigation examples of positive and negative implications of agroforestry. Positive are, as I already discussed, the carbon sequestration, improved water holding capacities, user managed blah, so and so. But dependence on biomass energy, overuse of ecosystem services, increased use of mineral fertilizers, poor management of nitrogen, manure, overexploit. These are the negative sides of that. Then adaptation. This is the mitigation side. Then adaptation side, we have negatives of integral protection of forest reserves, limited rights of agroforestry trees, because these nowadays different forest departments in different states have their different rules, transit rules. Even if farmer grows trees, he cannot transport them without licensing. When licensing is there, then there is a red tapeism and corruption is involved. So farmers are disinclined to have trees on their field. They want that when we grow trees, why we need a licensing this thing? Why should we grow? That question is coming in most of the states. So it's agroforestry policy is there, Indian agroforestry policy, but it's not correctly implemented throughout length and breadth of the country. Next, please. So the conclusion is that agriculture and climate change are of the greatest concern to the most developing countries, including India. And but however, agroforestry is the answer for both adaptation and carbon sequestration, these things. But thing is that why agroforestry is not that much popular, though it is some 3.5 decades. 33 years I have been into this agroforestry research, but excellent models have been developed in NAR system, National Agriculture Research System, including ICR and SAOs and CEOs, but it's very few takers. Whatever agroforestry is there in India, it's because of private industrial people, because they give buyback guarantee, and that's where farmers are enthused, and the poplars and eucalyptus and other casuarinas, why they are suitable also because of wood-based industries. They give buyback guarantee So that's how agroforestry is developed in India, not because of NAR system. Models are developed, very good research has been developed, but the NAR system never, very few instances are there. Coimbatore, they started having value chain projects. We at ICFR, we also doing value chain projects. So slowly it is going in that direction until unless the economy is built into agroforest system. Farmers are not bothered what climate change is going to happen, why riparian buffer should be maintained. They are not bothered for all these things. They want better income from their own piece of land. If you want new system to be adopted by them, it should be reduce on their drudgery in the present system and increase a little bit of sustainable income, more income compared to their existing system. That's where agroforestry NAR system is lacking in involving economic principle into their agroforestry models. Excellent papers are being published but not adopted by the farming community because of commercialization activities lacking in that. Next, please. Marketing is also very poor, and very little trees and perennial cropping. Major annual crops. There are focused impact of climate change and major annual crops we are studying is in NICRA project or in other project. But our forests are dominated by some few dominated trees, teak, sal, deodar, like that. If something happens to them, entire forest will be wasted. Not very systematic research has started in the effect of climate change and trees. Of course, ICFR is taking up, but lots need to be done in this area. If any trees are affected, major trees, major dominant tree crop, then entire forest is gone. So the land duration perennials, difficulties in changing varieties are over short periods. Short duration crops, you can change the varieties, but once you go with some eucalyptus or subabul clones are developed, if some clone is affected by something because of climate change, then replacing is very difficult. Especially in long duration crops like teak and sal or deodar like thing. A thorough understanding how well the perennial trees overcome the impacts of climate change need to be understood, and people are doing research, but a lot has to be done in this. Next, please. That's just about what I was telling. Agroforestry is so wonderful. Why it is not that making much headway is because of these reasons. One is transit permits is the biggest drawback, and second thing is that commercial aspect is not involved. There should be buyback guarantee. Whatever trees farmer is growing, it should find a market after 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Until unless that is done, we researchers, we are leaving it doing ecologically sustainable, developing economically sustainable models, ecologically sustainable models, but not economically sustainable models from the farmer's point of view. Until unless we develop value chain projects into the agroforestry and have a buyback guarantee from the industry, develop different layers in the value chain, till then agroforestry won't go to the farmers field. How best the models may be from the climate, from the ecological point of view. Public policies do not take account of environmental services, because if a farmer is growing trees, there should be a cess, environmental services. He should be get that subsidy in the form of environmental services what he is giving to the society at large. Push towards commercial agriculture, neglecting the dimensions of domestic consumption. This is another biodiversity conservation is not important. So until unless the biodiversity conservation is biodiversity is improved, the sustainability won't come into the this thing. Next, please. Thank you. This is what all about I want to share. There is a very good agroforestry can be used as a good weapon for adaptation and mitigation, but it comes with its price that has to be addressed by researchers and also policymakers. Otherwise, it's an excellent system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajeshwar Rao. Wonderful insight into how agroforestry and climate change. And I think without tree, we can't have a good climate. I think more trees need to come, more forests need to be landscaped, and more grazing areas probably need to be developed. And then the value chain, what you spoke about. Maybe some strategy paper, if we have done, may please be shared so that
definitely
we can put it in the policy, this thing. So thank you very much. I think we will discuss it further on a separate session. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vilas.
Thank you. So we are going into the last session. Mainly the issues related to seed industry and policy. So we need to be looking at how the policies and also the perspectives of climate change and its impact on seed industry, and aligning the policies basically at national level and globally, how it is going to be the key trigger in order to see that we address the issues of climate change. So not really taking more time, I would like to invite Dr. Venkatram Vasantwada, Chief Executive Officer, Seedworks India. And sir, I welcome you on behalf of all the people who are on this platform and IMR and Karnataka Agri Professional Association. And in this regard, I would like to request Malati to introduce our speaker, Dr. Venkatram Vasantwada.
Thank you, sir. We are delighted to welcome Dr. Venkatram Vasantwada, the Chief Executive Officer, Seedworks. Dr. Venkatram has over 29 years of experience with the best-in-class MNCs, including DuPont, Pioneer, Monsanto, Advanta UPL, Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemical Corporation Limited, VST Industries, Voltas, and Real Value Appliances. His diverse industry experience includes agricultural inputs, fast-moving consumer goods, durables, and telecom, especially in the areas of operations management, strategic planning, and business development. He has successfully built and managed commercial organizations with sustained growth in revenue, profitability, market share gains, and geographical expansion. He has, to his credit, exposure of executing go-to-market models and building innovative solutions in work situations in the areas of people development, sales development, and supply chain. He worked extensively across the Asian and African continents in small and marginal farmers served markets in building strategic alliances and collaborative relationships with many forums in developing models for improving farm productivity and farmer incomes. Dr. Vasantwada was on the board full-time director of publicly listed Advanta. Also, he is a visiting faculty at several Agribusiness Management Institute and IIM Nagpur. Without further delay, we welcome you, sir.
Yeah, so Dr. Venkatram, so floor is yours, sir. So looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Vilas and Kappa, ICR, IMR, and all the others for this opportunity. So I will share my slides. Am I audible? Somebody can just raise their hand and Dr. Vilas or Doctor. Okay, right. So I'm just sharing my slides and I hope there is a permission to share the screen.
Yeah, you can share, sir.
Okay. Okay, is my screen visible?
Yes, you can go to slide. Yeah, it has come.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you again. So what I would do here is I would specifically talk about the climate change and its impact on seed industry. Some of it is conceptual, but through that I would tell a mid-sized seed company like Seedworks International Private Limited, what is it doing to address these issues, which is most probably most of the seed companies are trying to do or would try to do it in the coming days. So I think evidence for climate, this is the outline of my presentation, evidence for global climate change causes and impact and the framework convention, role of agriculture and the need for transition to net zero, inclusive movement, balanced steps for adoption-led mitigation, specifically after what we have actually seen in Sri Lanka, some of the SDGs that are critical to the seed industry, impact on seed industry and way forward, digitalization indispensable to sustainability, and the need for a paradigm shift in breeding objectives and processes in the value chain for adoption and mitigation of climate surprises, roadmap for the seed industry and Seedworks journey to climate action and pledge indicators, and a summary. So I think this, all of us, we know if pledges are delayed or are not met, warming may be closer to 2.7 degrees. This is what has been, told, and this is something which we are experiencing as we are actually talking about it. But what was India's pledge? India's pledge was Panchamrita. India will get its non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatt. India will meet 50% of its energy requirements from renewable energy. India will reduce the total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons till 2030. And by 2030, India will reduce the carbon intensity of its economy by less than 45%. And by 2070, India said that they will try to achieve the target of net zero. So this was the pledge which we did at the COP26 conference in Paris. And we all know what are the causes and the impact of the climate change. These are some conceptual models, but we all know that agriculture, forestry, and other land use 24%, electricity and heat 25%, other energy is 10%, industry 21%, transportation 14%, and buildings is 6%. So the need for cohesive action is very much there. So near-term milestones to get on track for the long-term targets are governments can make laws and policies, which anyway, I think we are seeing some of it. Business can change their processes to run more sustainably. This is more to all of us who are into the business of agriculture input, especially seeds. And we can also make choices in our own lives that reduce our carbon imprint or carbon footprint. And we can also use our voices to let businesses and governments know that we want them to act quickly to reduce their impact on climate change. So I think technology, synergy among programs, inflow of new technology, and multi-stakeholder involvement would actually what will help us in the agriculture climate change adoption. So adaptation, which is basically modifying practices or activities as per changing climate. In agriculture, educating farmers on climate change and the negative impact of it. Risk management is a key factor of adaptation, analyzing the conditions and its impacts. And mitigation is basically reducing the identified source activities to minimize, and technological modifications that reduce the addition of inputs and their emissions. So I think technology, institutions, programs, policy, capacity building, and community involvement will help agriculture adoption to climate change, and we all will see the co-benefits of this mitigation. So adaptation and adaptation-led mitigation are the central strategies of the agriculture sector in India, and which is what is reflected in many of our discussions in forums and all. So again, I am also, like my earlier speaker talked about, the SDG goals. The number 2 and the number 13 resonate with the seed industry very well, and we have to play a very pivotal role in the SDG 2 and SDG 13, which is basically zero hunger and climate action. While all the other SDGs also will get impacted in some way or the other, but specifically our actions in the seed industry would impact these two. So climate change, its impact on India. Now, this is something which is a secondary data, and all of you would have, read about this. Impact of rise in temperature, and then wide effect on environment. Obviously, low productivity in terms of average rice yields could have almost been 6% higher. And by 2030, rice and wheat are likely to see about 6 to 10% decrease in yields. And we have experienced it this summer when the wheat was getting harvested, and all of us, we were in for a rude shock when the wheat harvest came down drastically because of the very high temperatures during the harvest. A challenge, obviously, the dynamics of crop diseases and pest infects are changing rapidly due to changing climate. And we talked about the extreme weather events, which are actually getting more frequent. So by 2050, India could experience a 1 to 4 degree centigrade temperature rise, which will have a detrimental effect on farmers in more than half of the country. So one of the things, and I'm basically, starting from research, the breeding challenges around climate change, and we have Dr. Vilas, who does research in one of the most climate resilient crops, Indian Institute of Millet Research and Millet. So global climate change means the seed industry can no longer conduct business the way it once did. And this is the reality. And this, I think, probably we need to accept it. New seed varieties with improved genetics from germplasm exhibiting stress tolerance. Climate change can affect reproduction, flower, pollen viability, pollination, seed fill, size, dormancy, yield. All of us, we are experiencing this in the production as well as the commercial fields. A major impact will be felt in rain-fed crops, which account for nearly 60% of cropland worldwide. Abiotic stresses, stress adaptive traits in crops that already have a strong agronomic packages will be vital to ensure yield stability. Currently, drought, heat tolerance, and water use efficiency are subjects receiving the most focus in the breeding program. And most of my colleagues in the seed industry would vouch that every company is trying to work on this. The public sector institutes are working on this, the drought, the heat tolerance, and the water use efficiency. Now, moving into biotic traits and genetic modification of crops that have not therefore been genetically modified for drought tolerance and water use efficiency. Now, some work has been done, as all of us know about it, in terms of drought tolerance and all. but probably that will now start gaining much more importance. Product advancement, obviously, again, post research, dealing with the variability, testing across more environments and locations to look at the right adaptabilities. Variation, this problem is local stability instead of wider environments. How to breed and advance new varieties for sudden environmental changes. Do we have the capacity? Do we have the investments, resources? Are we having a plan? Now, difficulty for breeders and product advancement teams to mimic extreme events in their processes. Now, this is what we experience. We advance products and suddenly we see that they go and start behaving differently because the weather has changed. And this is something which we have been experiencing this over the last few years. So how do we look at mimicking extreme events in the processes when we do our product advancements? Identifying the right location and sowing windows. And obviously the last one is seed yield volatility and the whole forecasting, in terms of planning of procurement in production of seed and all. So way forward, if these are some of those challenges, what we are seeing in breeding and product development, what is the way forward? Role of technology. Obviously, we shall progress towards advancement in molecular markers, bioinformatics, gene editings, and other statistical techniques. Yes, some of it is being used, but probably we would see a much more intensive usage on this. Advanced breeding techniques, a role in improving crop varieties to adopt climate change, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and input use efficiency. And adoption at large scale to bring impact, to conserve resources, to address climate change with the necessary switch to crops for more resilience to drought, cold, heat, and conditions that emerge. So if you think of real sustainability, it is not just about making crops that are currently the emphasis or better. It is also thinking about the big picture and what other crops we are going to need to make better to fit into these cropping systems. And whether we like it or not, probably, in the next decade or maybe slightly lesser than that or maybe slightly more than that, we are also going to witness huge crop shifts given, the kind of situations which we are experiencing. Digitization, data, and artificial intelligence, these are indispensable to sustainability. Now we are actually blessed with a lot of, digital tools. So the next way of technological progress to sustain the world's fast-growing global population will capitalize on artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things to improve the precision and sustainability of farming techniques. Digital capabilities will offer a unique and immediate opportunity to transform food systems and accelerate impact towards zero hunger. We are seeing many of those small experiments which are being done by companies, by startups, and by the public sector. Focus on bringing together AI and IoT as a key enabler being new capabilities of digital agriculture. So seed industry, the progress and perspectives can be improved with the enormous digital footprints captured from various sources. The GOV and industry have the necessary for big data in silos that to be organized for the larger good. Now, this is one of the challenges, and earlier too in some of the forums where I was participating, we have a lot of data which is actually sitting in silos. We also have our own limitations, apprehensions of sharing the data. Until unless we develop and collaborate a model wherein we share the data, probably some of these solutions which we are thinking will take a much longer time. But if we can all collaborate and share the data, probably we will move towards a time where we can quickly look at some of these solutions. So the beginning of a global drive to ensure transparency and to create access to the new capabilities emerging in agriculture with advances in digital technology and the seed industry is not an exception. So precision agriculture, we all have heard about this term, is not that precise. Still many challenges exist and the seed industry has a great role to lead by example. All of us who are doing some experiments around this, we all know, some of these challenges, what, we are experiencing it. So I think I will just take a small illustration of SeedWorks' way of sustainability with digital capabilities. So we are enabling climate smart, resource efficient and data driven sustainable seed production as a mantra. So as IoT devices and algorithms become commonplace, we have a greater access to real-time data and insights. So we are trying to do innovative and economically viable opportunities for growers, workforce, consumers, and all other, data. And we are using, some of these climate smart, resource efficient, and data driven seed production. So at SeedWorks, we have our board has approved the ESG roadmap of the, SeedWorks International in the March 2020. And we are now on the journey to ESG, and I will tell you where is that we have progressed and when do we publish the data. So Srishti is the program name, which is what we say: Seedworks, Climate Smart Agriculture, Weather Smart, Water Smart, Carbon Smart, Nitrogen, Energy, and Knowledge Smart. So the full form of Srishti is basically sharing responsibilities to integrate social, human, technological, environmental, and then economic environment. So this is the banner under which most of our climate smart programs work in Seedworks. We are also members to GAXA, which is the Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture. So we are working together with GAXA to ensure the world agriculture can sustainably feed and nourish humanity and secure livelihoods. We are also part of the UN GCNI Sustainable Agriculture and Agri-Business Work Stream as a corporate partner. EcoVadis, as most of you would know, actually, we are working with them for a business sustainability rating. We have submitted some data and we are just seeing where are we. Obviously, these are baby steps we have taken, but we want to benchmark ourselves so that, over a period of time, we come into, the milestones what we have looked at. And we are also signing with the science-based targets for a time-bound reduction of GHG emissions, because all of us, we know that rice is one of the biggest contributor to GHG emissions, and we have hybrid rice as one of our biggest crops. So sustainability, as far as environment is concerned, and this is something which most of the seed industry would be doing it, I suppose. Carbon footprint, scope 1, 2, and 3, measuring GHG emissions, mapping correlations with soil, water, and end usage, water consumption, total energy consumption, and waste generation. And in terms of social, alignment with human rights policies, local community engagements, and tracking audits and human rights breaches. Governance is the policy implementation at all levels, fair and transparent, stakeholders feedback, and end-to-end truth reporting without misinterpretation. So in the ESG front, I would rather say that E is actually the biggest part. S and G for large companies, who have very strong governance structures and independent boards. I'm not seeing that as a big issue. And at least as far as Seedworks is concerned, I think on the S and G part, we almost tick most of the boxes. But E part is where, we have to work hard, and most probably the entire industry has to actually, work hard to do this. So obviously, we all know how do we optimize the irrigation, and we all know approximately 70% of the world's fresh water is used by agriculture, and feeding a planet of 9 billion people will require an estimated 50% increase in agriculture production and 15% in water withdrawals. So we need to work towards the favorable blue and the green water ratios, which is basically the fresh water and the rainwater, and hybrids and products with high water use efficiency, and bringing a positive change in water use patterns and scaling up rain harvesting and adoption. So what is that specifically we are doing here? What we are doing is we are trying to measure how much water we use, because until and unless we measure what we are, using, there are no milestones which we can set for, improving ourselves. So water, we have now, put in flow meters and rainwater harvesting at various sites. So we have a huge rainwater harvesting of 135 lakh liters at Bangalore. So our Bangalore research station, which is a vegetable research station, is completely, kind of self-sufficient in this process. We have a rainwater harvesting of 63 lakh liters at Aurangabad. We are going to add some more capacities. This is largely for millet and cotton research, what we do here. Most of our Bangalore and Aurangabad research stations have rechargeable borewells, and the normal borewells and the rechargeable borewells, they cost very high in the initial stages because there is a capital investment which is required. And then there are flow meters which we have installed. So we are kind of looking at 20 million liters of water is what we have said. And obviously this is just a tip of the iceberg. We need to do more. But these are some of the initiatives which as a seed company, we have taken at our different research locations to see the kind of water consumption. And in these supply chain locations where we produce, seed with our grower farmers, we have introduced a system of measuring inch level in each and every field of our rice seed production through our IoT application called Siddhi. Siddhi is an in-house application which we have developed, and we do an inch level measurement of our water in the rice growing fields. So we are actually capturing 4 data points of inch level water throughout the life cycle of the crop. And every inch of water level in the field for a week corresponds to a consumption of 27,000 gallons of water. Now, based on the monthly average of inch levels, we arrive at a per acre consumption water in our rice fields over a period of 4.5 months of its crop duration. So this is an effort which we started in 2021. We are obviously going to learn some more and then further improve on it But then we feel that this is actually, giving us a lot of what one has to say, data in terms of how much we are actually using and how much more we can optimize and conserve. Because the rice production fields are not captive production fields, as all of us we know. We have many farmers with whom we contract. We are also trying to bring some kind of a shift in the way they grow the rice crop, and obviously we handhold them through these processes. So this is a small data which we are yet to publish this, but we are opening this data to the public for doing their audit, especially EcoVadis and all. So pan-India data for water consumption in 916 acres and 8,486 farmers fields across location. So this is the lot of work which we have done in terms of the hybrids, what we are growing, hybrid wise litter per kg, what it is, consuming. And these are some of the locations: Warangal, Ranebennur, Karimnagar, Kalahandi, Chhattisgarh, and then Balasore. So that is, those are some of the efforts which we are doing as far as the water conservation is concerned. And we would be more than happy to answer queries, post this thing, or if somebody wants to visit our facilities and see and guide us also, we would be more. The second one is responsible soil conservation. Obviously, there is, some work which is being done. We are still at a nascent stage around this. So some of that, what we are trying to do is establishing sufficient waste disposal stations in order to reduce dumping and supportive framework. So all of us, we know that in the farmer fields, you see, much of the waste is actually dumped around the corners and all. So at least all these grower farmers who are enrolled with us, we have around 30,000 grower farmers who grow crops, different crops for us. We are also doing an adoption of nano fertilizers, which all of us, we know now nano urea has been actually released by IFCO. So it will support the soil health and also will be, while there are some challenges which we all know about the nano these things, but we are still trying to work on this. Soil is crop production, but this is a very, primitive stage, and in-house production in terms of greenhouses and polyhouses. So this is a nano urea pilot plot which we are doing with urea and with nano urea. So we have done some pilots in our fields, and basis the results, we just want to see whether we can, go ahead and at least start propagating it in all our production fields. Responsible plastic and waste handling. So all of us, we know that we use a lot of plastic, polythene, especially if you are a vegetable seed company, you do a lot because we grow, a lot of vegetables under this kind of this thing, and also all the packaging which, we do. So polythene covers for mulch are being used that helps in reducing moisture loss and pest. About 80 kilogram per hectare is used for mulch. Greenhouses, a major adoption for greenhouse construction, 3,500 kg hectare is used. Plastic, which we all of us know are, basically a big menace. So there is a lot of plastic which is there in all our companies, in all our operations and all. And there are some methods, as far as mulch is concerned, BASF has got a mulch which is a biodegradable mulch. It definitely costs a bomb. It is probably 4 times the normal mulch what we use in our vegetable fields. But we are doing some experiments in our Bangalore research facility in terms of the BASF mulch. And we will see how do we scale it up so that we can dispose it off. Because this whole mulch is a very, very irritating to us as we walk in the fields in Maharashtra and Karnataka where a lot of vegetables are grown. Mulch has become a big menace because the farmers just throw it. It is there on the roads. It is there on the fields and all. And very soon this is going to be a huge problem. The second one is all the packaging which we do and when we sell the seed to the farmers. So we have tied with one company and, they actually recycle this entire plant. We pay them an upfront money. I think it is around 12 rupees per kg or something for recycling the whole thing. And they procure all of that and then they try to, recycle it. The third one is responsible energy conservation. And these are largely about renewable energy and the solar agriculture market. And in India, AP, Gujarat and Rajasthan are ranked very high for solar energy consumption in agri state. But we also see that these policies are not uniform across the state. Other states need to transit more towards the solar interventions because we see some of the other big states, which are the agrarian states where we do a lot of research and production. They are not so much, favorable towards solar in terms of incentivizing the use of a solar energy. We have started now using solar sprayers in all our production fields in cotton. So these are solar sprayers, and we have almost, I think, stopped using the petrol-based and the gas-based ones. So these are solar-based, and there is a backup of a battery-operated system. But largely, given our climatic conditions, I think they stand the test of the test. These are normal knapsack sprayers, and on which we have put this solar panel, and they're working fine. And the last one is this carbon footprint assessment of the rice value chains. So this is a IRI model. Some of you who have actually had interest and have looked at this model. So there is a model which IRI has developed, because otherwise to put those kind of equipments in micro farms is very, very costly to measure, the methane emissions in the rice fields. So IRI has put a model in which you can feed the data, and then you can get to know about what is the kind of a carbon footprint which you have. So this is the GHG emission monitoring tool of the rice seed production. You have to put the data here, and then you will get it at what level you are in. So this is a very interesting tool for all the companies, because we can't go and invest so much of infrastructure in all those small tiny fields in which we do. So this is the kind of a sample data which is there. The report, this is a beta version now at this point of time, because IRI is also under testing and India average and things like that. But I think sooner IRI would actually stabilize this model, and we have now started using it against our different hybrids. These are our hybrids: US 312, US 382, US 380, and all. And we know the emission intensity, what is the target, and what is the India average, and what is this which is there. So our progress in highlights. So I think global market now offers seedworks products produced by smallholders farmers in India. Our diversification into millets is one of the testimony to also investing in climate resilient crops. As far as cotton is concerned, I think we do the good seed practices in cotton, millet, mustard. We have achieved more than 70% of small farmers empowerment goal by enhancing their incomes. Women empowerment stands at 8K, while 20% of the farmers are women. Improved operational water use efficiency by 15% in our rice seed production. And we started mapping our CF rice seed production, 16,000 acres, of for which the model which I have shown about it. 50% of waste and packaging is recyclable and compostable or biodegradable. We are also working towards our goals of 100% by 2035. And INR 5 million plays in recycling partnership initiatives to elevate recycling rates and waste collection. So these are some of the small efforts by Seedworks. And these are some of those things which probably other seed companies are doing. And if somebody is not doing, they can actually emulate, because we are a mid-sized seed company of INR 500 CR. And if we can take the steps, I'm sure all of us, we can, start investing a little around this, because this is what I normally say in agriculture. This is an existential crisis for all the agriculture input industry if we don't actually follow the ESG practices. So this is what we are in the third stage. We are actually now trying to map to measure. Map and measure is as is varies, focused in water, energy, nitrogen, and measure carbon and GHG. And then you move to the next step of driving the change by acre prescription, knowledge sharing through trainings, digital tools, demonstration of the benefits, and discouraging the carbon emission activities. And then definitely, lead by partnerships, thought leadership, mentoring, open source, and advocates and all. So we are currently, if I have to say, where are we? Probably we are mapped to measure. If I have to talk about the seed industry, I would say probably people are at point number 2 and point number 3, somewhere in between, at different stages. Different companies are. So producing seeds that makes the best use of nature's goods and services while not damaging the environment indefinitely for present and future generation. So the chain has major disconnects at many levels. We all know disconnect between breeding objectives and consumer requirements, disconnect between policy and technology, disconnect between production practices and the environment, what we normally call as the cultural practices for the farmers, disconnect with required skill sets. This is one of the most important thing. I think the whole agri input industry, probably we need to reskill ourselves. The new generation has to be trained. Hopefully agriculture universities will have course curriculums to address these issues. So I think it also requires a different set of skill sets. Disconnect with mechanization and agriculture. All of us, we are now seeing the kind of challenges which the farmers are facing in terms of labor availability, labor cost and all. And mechanization, while it is there, and we are not seeing a big traction because there is some disconnect. Disconnect with data and business analytics, and disconnect between policy, implementation, and expectation. So I think if we can connect most of these disconnects, I'm not saying it is a very pessimistic scenario. We are somewhere in between, but probably we need to quickly connect these dots and together work in harmony to ensure that we all address this biggest monster which is there of climate change and which is actually impacting our agriculture, our farmers, our consumers, and all of us. So these are some of those suggestions on policy framework. If you look at it, 0.8% of the Ministry of Agriculture and farmer welfare budget is allocated to National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture. While the Indian government recognizes the importance of promoting sustainable agriculture, the focus still remains heavily skewed towards green revolution-led farming. So if you look at the budgetary support, and most of the companies whosoever is doing work, they are all doing on their own. But I don't think there is a lot of enablement at this point of time from the government, specifically for agriculture, specifically for the industry from which I come. So our government should broaden the national policies towards the following: from resource intensive to resource conservative, from food security to nutrition. This is anyway being talked about in different forums by the senior most, including the Prime Minister. Evidence-driven narratives are very, very important, and knowledge-intensive practices. So these are some of the suggestions what we have, I should say, on behalf of the industry. So to conclude, climate change is real and we need to act at the speed. The longer we wait, the fewer our options will be. Regional patterns of warming will get complicated. Climate surprises can't be discounted. Climate change will create regional agricultural winners and losers, and new generation seeds will differentiate those winners. Climate change is widening the gap between haves and have-nots, which results in economic disparities. Now, this is one of the biggest issues. I think probably the climate change will have huge socio-economic impact, in the society going forward. And this is not at a farmer level, but at every level, we would see that this gap, if it starts widening, we will get into some catastrophic situations. And climate change does carry very long ethical implications too, as all of us know. So these are some of the few slides, Dr. Vilas. Thank you so much for the opportunity to you, CAPA, ICR, ICRIS, IMR, and all. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Venkatram. I think it was really a great insight into the perspectives Seedworks really looks at in relation to climate change. And I'm sure there are many issues that we need to look at. One is how we can make the entire business proposition in the seed industry more sustainable in relation to climate change. I think these are the major focus areas I think industry need to be looking at. And also, as we discussed during the Bhupen Dubey's discussion also, it is mainly basically to expand the landscape of product profile,
exactly,
which would stand in favor of climate change, where we address and try to mitigate the bad effects that we are going
to. Agree.
So I think maybe in another platform we can have the discussions. So hard pressed for time today. So thank you very much for your time, sir. And it is really great to have you here. Thank you so much. So moving on to the last session today, having our mentor and also the guide in terms of various aspects in the last 6 years, Dr. Ashok Dalwai. In fact, name is synonymous with doubling the farmers' income, the large volumes that came, which are available in the Ministry of Agriculture website. They are all the policy frameworks probably we need to look at, which addresses the commodities, the issues, and also the framework which the governments would like to look at. So not taking much time, and I would like to have a formal introduction of Dr. Ashok Dalwai, sir. Malati, please.
Thank you, sir. It's a proud privilege to introduce Dr. Ashok Dalwai. Dr. Dalwai, IAS of the 1984 Odisha career, is an eminent administrator hailing from Dalgaon district of Karnataka, an agricultural graduate from US Bangalore. He specialized in agricultural economics at US Dharwad and was subsequently awarded PhD in economics in 2005. During 2002 to 2010, Dr. Dalwai has held several top-ranking administrative positions in Odisha and Karnataka, handling portfolios including sericulture, steel and mines, textile and handloom development, industrial infrastructure and investment development, small industries development, among others. As the Deputy Director General, Unique Identification Authority of India, during 2010 to 2015, Dr. Dalwai was responsible for developing and deploying state-of-the-art technology for biometric enrollment and deduplication, besides its authentication and other applications. From 2015, he took the responsibility of reform and policy development in the Department of Agriculture, Cooperation and Farmers' Welfare. Presently, Dr. Dalwai is serving as the CEO, National Rainfed Area Authority, in the rank of Secretary to Government of India. He is credited with drafting the strategy for doubling farmers' income by 2022, the Model Agricultural Produce and Livestock Marketing Act 2017, and Model Agricultural Produce and Livestock Contract Farming and Services 2018. He is also the chairman of the committees promoting pulses, oilseeds, and millets in the country. Dr. Dalwai has keen interest in agriculture, ecology, and technology, and has several technical and general interest papers to his credit. He was also awarded honorary doctorate by US Dharwad in 2017 for his contributions to the society, especially in the field of agriculture. With that, we are eagerly looking forward to listen to you, sir.
Sir, the floor is yours. We are all very eager to hear from you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am, for the kind words, and thank you, Vilas, and another friend, Dr. Ramesh Kalgatki, who have invited me to this evening's event. Very happy that Indian Institute of Millet Research and the Karnataka agriculture professionals, with support from others, have organized a 2-day event on climate change and the impact it would have, or the implications relating to food and nutrition security. Very important. I listened to 2 lectures. I listened fully to the presentation made by Dr. Venkatram of the seeds industry. I benefited immensely from what he said. He has not just shared with us the concepts and ideas, but more importantly, he has shared an action plan. Many times it is most difficult to convert or translate the ideas and concepts that we all know into actionable points, and then also have a methodology for monitoring and evaluation. What I could make out from Dr. Venkatram's presentation was the comprehensive approach that he has brought to understanding climate change and its implications, and the way forward to achieve carbon neutrality, and simultaneously also adopt a methodology for monitoring and evaluation. I was going through the chat box and saw very well-deserved congratulations. And I too join all of them in congratulating you, Dr. Venkatram.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, pleasure. Okay, so let me share some of my thoughts on how do we align the policy framework to achieve the carbon neutrality. First thing is that all of us must appreciate that the earth is one. Like many natural resources, rather all natural resources, which form part of the larger earth ecosystem, they're all transboundary events. Whether it is water, whether it is air, whether it is a forest system, all subcomponents of the larger ecosystem are all transboundary in nature. Which means that to be confined by national boundaries would be suicidal for everybody on earth. Second one is, we have a lot of variation in the level of development among the continents, among the countries, and within each of the countries among regions. That makes the things more complex to address issues relating to climate change. The third one to be remembered is that it is the developing countries which have been left behind over the last 200 years who are now having to face two contradictory challenges. One is to register intensive, consistent growth over the next 30 years so as to lift all their people above poverty line and ensure a dignified, reasonable level of purchasing power for everybody. And simultaneously now, in the context of climate change and its implications, to achieve that growth rate in a decarbonized developmental model. So this is the biggest challenge. Now, yes, it is possible to do that. We grow, register growth rates, and simultaneously follow a decarbonized developmental model. While it is not undoable or not doable, the challenge is that we need a new science, new technology, a new management approach to marry these two contradictory requirements: high growth, but through a decarbonized model. This calls for investment. And whether the advanced world would be willing to make investments and make it available to all the countries at reasonable cost is the biggest question. The experience so far has been that while the Western world is capable of generating the technology required to respond to the changing situations, but they're always driven by profit motive. And therefore, they would be adopting a market-led approach and thereby not make it available at reasonable cost to the people who really require it. When we talk about Asia-Pacific part of the world, all of us belong, we the 20 nations belong to that category who need to register a rapid growth. Now, how do we now, therefore, ensure that we are going to keep the economy on the run, close the gap between the haves and the have-nots, and simultaneously do not contribute to the higher quantum of greenhouse gases? When it comes to climate change linked to greenhouse gases, we are all aware of two approaches: adaptation and mitigation. The Asia-Pacific region and also the other countries in Africa, we all have been told that we need to focus more on adaptation and less on mitigation. According to me, while the burden of the West to focus more on mitigation is there, it does not absolve us of doing whatever we can do to adopting mitigation measures, while certainly focusing a lot on adaptation. Adaptation is a necessity. There's absolutely no two ways about it. Given that the entire production system within agriculture, outside agriculture will be under stress, we will have to adopt adaptation measures to be where we are at least, which means that to ensure, for example, that our productivity levels do not come down. But simultaneously, as I said, these are all transboundary issues. We should also be simultaneously doing something to mitigate that is in our own interest as much as in the interest of the whole earth. And if we are going to adopt this twin objective of at least partial focus on mitigation and full attention to adaptation measures, then carbon neutrality will certainly take some time. It is generally believed that if we make sincere efforts, we may be able to achieve that by 2070. But that is almost at the time when we'll be knocking on a door that will open us to a minimum of 2-degree rise in temperature. By modeling, it is 4 degrees Celsius. What we are aiming at is to at least contain it to 2 degrees Celsius, and hopefully we'll be at least 2.5 degrees Celsius and not more. So if that is a long way, for the next 50 years, India has a lot of challenges. A lot of challenges. The challenge number one is our population is still growing. Challenge number two is that we will have the highest intensity of the youth population or a population within the productive range. We are all used to calling it as a demographic dividend. Here I am calling it as a challenge. The reason is that if we do not provide ample opportunities for channelizing the productive age, then that can turn into an aggressive force and then bring about tumultuous ripples in the social and economic fabric of our country. Therefore, that's a challenge which we need to accept and work on that. Third one is that the non-renewable form of industrialization and economy is under stress. And it is good that it is under stress, because only a stress will actually make us to think of alternatives. And we need to think of alternatives. And of course, the fourth one is that the disparity itself in India is so high, even as of date, that if we are not able to bridge this, or at least to some extent even out and stay where we are and not allow further exaggeration, we'll be in real problem. Unfortunately, the kind of development models that we have today, that is based on privatization and liberalization, it only leads to further concentration of wealth in a few hands, while others may be growing or becoming better in terms of purchasing power. The disparity continues to widen. So how do we now have a new model where we provide ample opportunities for the individual excellence to blossom, but simultaneously it also provides an opportunity to everybody to excel, so that the gaps between one class and other classes are not too much. So all efforts that we must make towards carbon neutrality must be based on this basic understanding. Now, what has been the approach of government, and what do you think we should be doing further? Certainly, as you all know, India is committed to sustainable development goals. India is committed to all the international covenants, including the Biodiversity Agreement, the Inter-Parliamentary Convention on Climate Change, land degradation neutrality, nationally determined commitments. So every possible covenant to which any civilized country agrees, India has agreed, because India is a democratic country, it's a civilized society, it's a constitutionally led system. So how do we go about this now? As far as policy is concerned, at the macro level, my opinion is that we need to shift from non-renewable form of energy and resource utilization to renewable form of energy and resource utilization. The 2013 report of IPCC has made it very clear that the climate change has been human induced. Well, climate change happens and has been happening through millennia at different points of time, or sometimes even through centuries. But the present climate change is absolutely human induced. The last climate change we had was sometime in 11th century. And after that, we are having it now in 21st century. But this time it is more severe. And it has all happened within a very short span of 250 years since the industrialization stimulated and triggered more intense use of the fossil resources. Now, most of these fossil resources, which have been the core components of the industrialization, including coal, iron ore, bauxite, copper, manganese, are near exhaustion. At best, we have another 1,000 years left for total exhaustion. Whether we are left with more or not, issue is that whatever has been utilized so far has already resulted in emission of so much of greenhouse gas that it has impacted the entire climatic evenness. And this has resulted in emission of those greenhouse gases, including methane and carbon dioxide. While carbon dioxide is a major component at around 61%, but methane, which may be much less in concentration than carbon dioxide at around 23, is very serious because it impacts the climate change much more than carbon dioxide. So this leads us to a conclusion that if we want to achieve carbon neutrality, we should be talking about methane neutrality more importantly than carbon neutrality. The emission of methane is pretty serious. So all kinds of devices that we have manufactured and have put them to use, which are causing this emission of methane, must be looked at and necessary changes will have to be made. Now, carbon is an issue, but it is much easier, according to me, to be tackled. It is easier to be tackled because we have our plants and other biologically dependent or photosynthesis dependent world, which are good enough machines to sequester the excess of carbon that is there in the atmosphere and put that back into the soil where it is actually required. So it's just a matter of planning for it and going at it very aggressively and with a true commitment. And that would take us to how to improve the forests, the intensity of the canopy, how to go outside the forest areas and increase the green cover through various models, including agroforestry, farm forestry, etc., etc. So we, at the level of science, technology, research, development, policy making, were the primarily responsible for doing something about this serious business, must begin to now talk about methane along with carbon. Unless when we mean carbon neutrality, we're also meaning methane. I'm not too sure of that. But even if it is so, always communication is extremely important, and therefore we must be talking about this. So to begin with, in the industrial sector, which includes automobile, we necessarily have to shift from using of all the material components which are now today based on iron ore, that is steel, and other fossil resources, to composites. Already there are bright examples where, including the aeroplanes and cars and other kind of automobiles, have begun to use composites. And there has been good demonstration that these are either strong or even stronger than these ore-based metals. So how can we substitute the metals by the composites, which will use more of photosynthetically generated renewable resources? And the second one is the fuel that drives them. And as regards the fuel that drives them, we need certainly not just policy, but more of research and development. What is that? What do we mean by that? Let's take the concrete example of substituting petrol or petroleum products by ethanol, a green energy. Now, Brazil, for example, has already allowed blending of the ethanol and petroleum product up to 50%, and they've achieved 27%. They're the highest in the world. India has also taken a lead and now allowed blending up to 20%. And we are at around 8% by now, which is a very good progress. And the concomitant changes to the policy have been made by government to create a virtuous cycle. The first one was amendment to the sugar control order, whereby today the sugar manufacturers are allowed to divert the sugarcane juice for manufacture of ethanol. They're allowed to divert B-heavy molasses for production of ethanol. So this particular change to the policy has already led to good positive change in the total quantum of ethanol being produced in our country, and large number of pure ethanol producing units also have come up. But then what is further required is whether we have the vehicles which can make use of these things. So necessary changes will be required in the automobile sector, which are flexible. That means they can either use ethanol blended, or pure petroleum product. So one change must logically lead to another change. And as we do this, we will be required either to invest ourselves in R&D or import the necessary technology. And given that a country like India, which has not much of a surplus money left for R&D all the time, will necessarily have to borrow technology. So a neutrality of greenhouse gas neutrality will require necessarily a close understanding between and among countries. So how do we achieve that? That will be the change, that will be the necessary part of policy framework. So the sugar control order amendment was complemented by adopting a national biofuel policy in 2018, which allowed this higher level of blending. It means that any policy framework cannot be a single or a linear approach, but it has to be a multilinear package or ecosystem-based approach. That's the point I'm trying to drive home. And as you know, India has been taking a lead in tapping the solar energy. Honorable Prime Minister himself has been talking about it and has been leading it at the global level. We are now the leaders of the Global Solar Alliance. And we are somewhere at number 2 or number 3 in the total quantum gigawatt of solar energy that we are generating today. But what we see ourselves when compared to China is that we are way behind. We are a distant number 2. They are already at around 1200 plus gigawatts. Given that we also have a lot of intensity of solar energy and also space, we should be able to make accelerated change in generating solar power and utilizing them. But then what will be required is, for utilization effectively, innovation. Yes, science and technology is one thing. Yes, we generate power, for example. But then these energies, whether wind energy, solar energy, and other forms of, let's say, tidal energy, which are all renewable forms. The challenge of relating to these is that they are not stable. They're all dependent, like on monsoon, agriculture on monsoon dependence. These are all dependable or not dependable formats. So wherever it is generated, how to transport that particular energy system and how that can be used in decentralized, fragmented manner. That will be the big challenge. Like we saw one particular example of Dr. Venkatram showing that the knapsack, backpack, these sprayers have got the solar panels. That's one bright example of innovation. So we need to therefore bring innovation as a close companion of the science and technology relating to greenhouse gas neutrality. So that is the second point that I would like to make, because we have a lot of scientists here and entrepreneurs and private industry who are capable of translating these thoughts into reality. And now coming to, so we have certainly a great challenge in industry and also in the service sector. In the service sector itself, which occupies a lot of space, and India, as you know, service sector is more prominent than industry, with 54% of share in the national JVA. And most of it is actually coming from textiles and IT. How do we there minimize the use of energy? How do we there minimize the use of space? The 2 years of corona pandemic have shown us that it is possible for us to work fairly efficiently and effectively without traveling or without occupying a huge space. So is it possible for us now to take some learnings from these 2 years and see that our construction minimizes and our transportation minimizes? Like I was reading some time back that in a city like Bangalore with IT predominance, at least 5 lakh IT professionals may be allowed to work from home without compromising their work. So 5 lakh is just one small ratio of the total population engaged in IT there. But it means that it will be possible for at least a section of the IT professionals to work from home, and to that extent, there will be neutralization of the additional space required. There will be neutralization of the additional energy consumption. There will be neutralization of the need to travel, and therefore there will be gains. And how to quantify this is a different matter. So I think there are many ways of looking at it, but innovation will have to be a necessary component of achieving this greenhouse gas neutrality. Now shifting my attention to agriculture, because this whole 2 days workshop is on food and nutrition security. It is no gain saying that climate change, unfortunately, as I said at the beginning, will have the major impact on countries like India, which is a tropical country with large extent of arid and semi-arid zones. In fact, there are some parts of the world like temperate climate countries like Canada, Russia, which may stand to benefit from the climate change because they will have a rise in temperature. So they will have better photosynthesis period compared to us. Now, what does India do? India, unfortunately, is yet to achieve nutrition security, as manifest in deficiency of proteins, deficiency of fats, deficiency of minerals, vitamins, and amino acids. So the first thing is that if we are going to address these deficits, we will have to take advantage of that to create a win-win situation. And that win-win situation will come if we aim at neutralizing or shifting from the intensive approach of production system to extensive system production. Now, intensive system, whether in agriculture or non-agriculture, means that we are trying to tap the best potential, the low-hanging fruits. Going back to greenhouse, green revolution technology adoption in 1960s, the approach was just that we looked at where the low-hanging fruits are lying and then went in for intensive, not harvesting, but exploitation of those regions. Therefore, the Indo-Gangetic plains and the other irrigated belts of Kaveri, Krishna, Godavari, Tungabhadra. So limited areas across the vast agriculture space of 141 million hectares came to become our experimental ground, exploitative ground, and as it has now turned out, it has become a battleground, a war ground where we are left with dead bodies in the form of dead soil, decreased water table, plateauing of yields, and demand for higher usage of the inputs like fertilizers. It has literally become a battlefield. So the answer is that we shift from utilizing minimal space to utilizing optimal space. So that automatically takes us to get into the non-irrigated areas, or what are called rain-fed areas, including the cold deserts, as well as the hot deserts of Rajasthan. So that is the first approach I would say, so that we do not put too much of pressure on smaller patches of area. The second approach would be that once again, from closeted approach of focusing on just a small set of crops to broad basing that to include larger number of agricultural base. Take the case of our own country where we are supposed to be extremely rich in terms of biodiversity. We have at least 46,000 species of the plant world and at least 86,000 species of the animal world. Of this 86,000, of course, around 46,000 microorganisms, which is very important for the soil management. Of this wide base, around 450 crops are more common, or have been traditionally more common. But over the last 50 years since we adopted Green Revolution, this package of cropping segment has come down to very, very narrow base. Take the case of food grains, which is very important. Out of 309 million tons of food grains that we grew last year, 228 million tons comprising wheat and paddy was a major account. Then you had corn, maize, around 32 million tons. We had just 17 or 18 million tons of all the millets put together. Just imagine the number of crops within the pulses, around 5 to 6. Within the millets, mostly 3 major millets. And then 2 staple cereals, paddy and wheat. So what does it mean? That we have narrowed our basket of possibilities so much that first we entered into a risky world, particularly now in the context of climate change. And then simultaneously, we have impacted negatively the entire ecosystem, the insect world, the microorganisms, the birds, the butterflies, the pollinators. So obviously, we now need to broad base the production system. Notwithstanding the fact that our R&D so far has focused on these crops, and therefore we may like to take advantage of that, we necessarily have to go out of this narrow basket, go to the second circle, third circle, and then reorient our research and development to achieve high yield potentials in the millet world, in the pulse world, in the oilseed world, And simultaneously go to the next circle and say, how do we tap the horticultural world? Within the horticulture segment, while there has been a good growth over the last 15 years, we still again are very narrow based. I'm just trying to focus. I'm trying to communicate this particular thought that how narrow we have become acrobats. Well, nature gave us a wide band to walk on. We have constricted that to become, to make a rope walk like an acrobat. So I was talking to you about the horticulture. We have 335 million tons of fruits and vegetables plus other horticultural plants. Out of 335, 290 million tons is fruits and vegetables. Out of that, 185 million tons is vegetables. Out of these vegetables, just 3, potato, onion, and tomato, account for more than 100 million tons. So what does this mean? Well, India, nature has given us such a wide biodiversity. Why has been our focus at every level, whether R&D, agri-logistics, marketing, policies, so on and so forth, all got narrowed down to 3-4 crops. So obviously, we're walking into the death trap of climate change. We're not walking towards addressing those things. So what it calls for is broad base, diversify across the agricultural subsectors, from agronomic to horticulture, to livestock, to fisheries, to aquaculture, and all other complementary activities like mushroom, beekeeping, and everything else that is possible in our country. So we need to therefore shift from narrow base to broader base. And third, of course, is from food security to nutrition security that even Dr. Venkatram focused on. Why is this necessary? One is certainly to improve the health of our people. Health and medicine are two closely linked dimensions. On the health aspect, our focus world over is mostly on curative rather than preventive or prophylactic. A good health is dependent on good nutrition, balanced nutrition. And that will be helping us to develop required immunity and prevent ourselves from possible infections and therefore the consequent demand for medicines and then production of medicines. Everybody keeps saying that pharmaceutical industry is very exploitative. And it appears so, given that it is market-led, and then it is shrouded in mystery, and doctors have now become part of that brigade. The corporate hospitals are no more hospitals, they're more hotels or the profit-generating centers where doctors are forced to recommend all kinds of investigations whether required or not required. So there is a consequential logical change that develops based on profit motives. So as we belong to this beautiful agricultural community, as professionals, scientists, policymakers, entrepreneurs, I think we will do a world of service to this world if we can actually start focusing on nutrition-led growth. So can we therefore, as a neutrality approach, start looking at production based on nutrients rather than the components? That means we say we require so many tons, million tons of minerals, so many million tons of carbohydrates, so many million tons of vitamins, and then map them to the best kind of crops which are agroclimatically suitable in our country, and then produce those things. Now, somebody may say that they may not fetch good market prices. This attribution of a particular value is also artificial. The policies can actually drive a change. by way, for example, of attributing greater value to a millet than to a rice, for example. And naturally, you will find that the farmers will find it is better to grow that, and particularly when supplemented with R&D that will give us higher yield. So we now need to make that policy change. A lot of things have happened in this direction, not that it has not happened. For example, ever since we adopted the 2018 new MSP policy, where minimum 50% is the margin of profit on the cost of production of every crop, it is millets, oilseeds, and pulses which have stood to gain much more than paddy and wheat. So that is a policy change, positive policy change. But we need to do much more. So that is another way of looking at it. I mean, that should be done. Then the next one, of course, is how to make agriculture as a new mines field, as a new mining arena. Today, our mining arena, containing iron ore, bauxite, copper, manganese, coal, etc., are what are considered important. But when we now look at a bioeconomy, where it is the raw materials generated on the farm fields in the forestry that will serve as a feedstock for the new industrial world, which will start generating bioenzymes, biomaterials, biofuels, and so many bio-based products, automatically agriculture becomes the new mining arena. Forestry becomes a new mining arena. Of course, you may say that even these produce greenhouse gases. Yes, they do produce greenhouse gases. But let's have a comparison. I mean, nothing comes without a cost. What is the cost that is now being incurred by depending on fossil resources? And what would it be when you depend on the photosynthesis-based generation of resources? Obviously, this will be much less compared to that. More importantly, we will be creating a win-win situation, because in India, where large number of people will continue to depend on agriculture for their livelihood, given the fact that there is a huge population and the population is growing, we will be creating a new market. If today we transit from the demand for food and fodder and feed to demand as an industrial raw material, naturally a new demand is created, a new market is created, a better price will be available. Farmers get incentivized. So towards a neutrality, it is not neutrality, it is towards a neutrality of greenhouse gases. We can actually shift to the bioeconomy. And that entails the need to look at more of research and development relating to bioprocessing, biotechnologies, bioengineering, and all related aspects, so that we are able to move up the agriculture value chain. Let us take the simple case of a corn or a maize. Maize, which consists of a large quantum of starch and also protein, apart from smaller quantities of minerals, is highly amenable to industrial production. Yes, today 64% of our corn in our country is being used in the feed and fodder industry, and only 14% is being used for food. But it is amenable to producing more than 3,500 industrial products based on the starch. And what are we doing today? Not more than 30 kinds of products based on starch are being made in our country. I understand that in United States, they've already reached 800 plus. So now this particular starch, it has got usage in paper industry, textile industry, in food industry, cosmetic industry, pharmaceutical industries. Anywhere and everywhere you need this starch. So what now we need is a science and technology that will help us to move higher up on the processing chain. That means not just primary processing, not just secondary, tertiary, but we continuously move up to very sophisticated, high technology centric processing so that we're able to meet the requirements of different industries based on the starch of the corn. I just give an example. I mean, all our millets are open to that. All our agriculture producers are open to that. It just that calls for research. It just calls for reorientation. And then, which means that the issue that breeding, which Dr. Venkatram once again brought out, what is our hypothesis? What is our objective? Is it just to achieve an incremental growth in yield? Is it to just achieve resistance against a particular pest and disease? Or just a resistance against the climate change? Or can it be a qualitative, a paradigm shift where I say, my aim is not just to produce grains for food or fodder, but it is to meet the industrial requirement. I know the theme is food and nutrition security, but I'm simultaneously talking about non-food aspect of it. The reason is that if we have a proper production geometry, it is possible for us to meet the nutrition requirement and simultaneously also ensure that our farmers get good prices. To illustrate this, my particular opinion, I'll come back to horticulture. Horticulture has got the potential to reach minimum 30 to 40 tons per hectare of yield. Today we are at 18 to 19 or maximum 20 tons per hectare. So we're not harvested even half the technical potential. We are not harvested technical potential in any crop. That's known. I mean, even if we are able to harvest the technical potential that our researchers have made us available, but it's not happening thanks to lack of extension at the ground level and lack of required support for our farmers to adopt the new technology, we are still way behind in achieving what we should be achieving. So horticulture, if we focus today, will be able to raise our productivity to at least 25 tons per hectare to 30 tons per hectare, and then diversify our consumption plate. As the purchasing power improves, as awareness of health improves, we will see that the carbohydrate component on the food plate will come down to about 40 to 50%, and the rest 50% will consist of proteins, minerals, and so on. Which means that if we are moving towards that neutrality, it's very important for us to move towards horticulture and other kinds of plantations, including agroforestry model based. Why? The reason is that apart from their potential to give us higher yield, they also are carbon sequesters. And today we need to extract or pluck that carbon from the atmosphere and get it back into the soil, but it is not there. So imagine, it is all possible for us to do it. We have solutions already. Our scientists are great people in our country. They have given us everything. We just need to make use of it. So we need to diversify. But then how do we address? Because we are saying also livestock is very important. But then one problem with livestock is that enteric fermentation, which leads to high generation of greenhouse gases. So we need to find an answer because we have to improve the livestock sector given their potential. But simultaneously, we need to take care of the greenhouse gases there. But paddy among the crops is the highest generator of the greenhouse gas. Paddy is, as your data showed, average 5,000 to 5,600 liters for 1 kg of production. And we are among our exports, paddy is one of the highest export commodity, which means that we are actually exporting embedded water from our country. A country that is stressed for water with not more than 2.5% of the utilizable water of the world is exporting embedded water and importing water efficient commodities like pulses and oilseeds. This is an irony. So our policy has to change to make it efficient production system, which is also a rational production system. Okay, and this is once again, as I said, a win-win situation. So friends, I think it is very necessary that a country like India with high intensity of science and technology already available, very good manpower base that our country has, given its size, given its image that is growing in the world, we need to also do something about mitigation, though that is not the commitment. It is in our own interest. And if we do that, we'll be first ensuring that we're not adding to the miseries. And simultaneously, we have a lot of adaptation measures. The last point that I want to say is that traditionally, countries like India and also the entire Asia and Africa, traditionally and culturally were used not to wasting of food. But today we're seeing there's a wastage of food in India, mostly because of technological reasons. That is the absence of agri-logistics. If we take the food loss as one country, it ranks number 3 in terms of the quantum of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide equivalent quantum of greenhouse gas emitted by decomposition of the food loss in the world, will rank 3rd after China, United States, it ranks 4th, and India, and that is 4th. India is one of the countries that suffers huge food loss. CIFET study has shown that it ranges anywhere from 6% to 16 to 20%. Imagine even 10% of our 1.3 billion tons of agriculture produce wasted means it is how much? 130 million tons. So we're wasting 130 million tons after producing it. For what? To let it decompose and release greenhouse gases. And for what? At what cost? At the cost of inputs were used, the labor cost were used. So there's an economic cost and there is also an ecological charge. So this is a criminal waste. So it is very important that we do not produce just because we want to produce. We shall produce only if we want to consume it and we want to export it, earn money for our people, farmers, and the country. So strengthening of agri-logistics, storage systems, transportation systems, processing systems, handling systems, all of them will require a new support, which is all happening today through Agri-Infrastructure Fund, Livestock Infrastructure Fund, Fishery and Aquaculture Infrastructure Fund, and other kinds of investments that are happening, but we need to do it fast and we need to do it meaningfully. And I say meaningful, that is very, very critical, because many times our investments that are thought is meaningless. It is lopsided. Let me illustrate this by giving you the example of cold chain in our country. In 2005-06, we started the process of building cold store systems in our country. By 2016, we really strengthened our cold stores. But then we found that all these cold stores are not utilizable. Reason? We had not adopted integrated approach. An integrated approach means that we have pack houses, we have reefer vans, then we have cold stores. We found that while we need 60,000 reefer vans in our country by 2016, we just had 10,000. We did not have enough pack houses. And the cold stores that were built, 36 million ton capacity, one of the highest in the world, 75% of them were only catering to potato. That means all our other perishable commodity in the horticulture, we're not going to have proper cold stores. So what does it mean? That's why I appreciated what Dr. Venkatam was talking about, breaking down the concepts into actionable points and then also be able to monitor those things. So if we are talking about agri-logistics and integrated cold chain as one important component, what's required is to break them into separate components, say how many pack houses, how many cold stores, how many reefer vans, and then how do we enable seamless transition from land to air to water, rail, and so on. And then further how to buttress it with seamless, hassle-free transfer from one state to another so that there's no law that is restricting it. So it's always an ecosystem approach. Therefore, friends, we can do certainly we can do certain things. Quickly we can do things only if we are all able to put our minds and hearts together. First, at the policy level, because policy can drive a change. So I think we need really very robust thinking at the policy formulation stage among the bureaucrats. Then we need our technical institutions to actually give proper feed, which is relevant. Most of it is not relevant. When you look at the kind of thesis that our postgraduates produce, the kinds of thesis that our doctorate PhD students produce, most of it is not actually commercially translatable. So commercially translatable technology is what we need. So I think we should now move towards greenhouse gas neutrality, not just carbon neutrality. So let me end up by saying, I may be wrong, but this is what my general thought is, that India through millennia has been highly inquisitive. It has been having high spirit of inquiry. And that's how we see our old saints who are also in a way scientists. But one lacuna that I feel, I may be wrong once again, is that while we do inquiry, investigation, and find new science, we do not focus proportionately on translating that science into technology. I think the strength of Western society has been to translate whatever they know into technologies. Say, for example, when they found the steam power, they used the steam power to produce a farm machinery, or to run a power mill, or to improve the spinning wheel, or then to find an engine, a railway engine. So same technology, same science and its outcome used for different technologies in an innovative way. So what we need today is to be more innovative, to convert all our findings into technologies, and that technology be innovated in different formats for different locations according to different requirements. Therefore, we need to be science-led, technology-led, and innovation-led. If we can do that, there's no reason why we should not be moving towards neutrality. And certainly, we don't have the luxury of any wastage of time, given the impact that we're already seeing this year. Wheat expected to be affected by at least 6 to 7%, which is a very sorry state. We lose so much of yield when we need more and world is requiring more, and when we have opportunity to export, we cannot export. So that is one thing already was saying. And this greenhouse gas is going to impact terrestrial production system, ocean systems, atmospheric production systems. Is not going to leave anything. So we all have a really important role to play and an urgent issue at hand. And let's hope that India will take the lead for India as well as for the Asia Pacific regions, and then become a model for other parts of the world. So thank you very much, Vilas and Ramesh and everybody for giving me this opportunity. And I hope that I will be able to share. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was really enlightening and also helped us to look very inquisitively into ourselves where we are. I think your focus and also what you call the final points of telling people that how the research should become translational, and this should be helpful to the society and also to the industry, and also your point on end-use specific crop improvement, probably industrial usages other than the food uses, is very, very important, because total plant utilization is something that we need to be looking at. And with all the connecting dots, not wasting the time, if we all put together our efforts, I think climate change, we can have adaptation strategies and also the mitigation strategies with the policies, what you have explained, not just the carbon neutrality, but probably whole emission setup neutrality we need to be looking at. So thank you very much, sir. It is really wonderful. And every time when we have on any platform listening to you, new dimensions and the new vistas we are opened up. So thank you very much. And I hand it over to Ramesh, probably, sir, for your final points to wrap up and to conclude the day today.
Thank you, Dr. Virasan. Thank you, Ashok. First for accepting our invitation and then addressing and very comprehensive analysis of the state of affairs. You spoke very nicely about all the issues and the opportunities and the strategies that one has to adopt at this point in time. You spoke about the need for addressing soil fertility issues, broadening the crop diversity, moving from food security to nutrition security, and a number of other issues. And virtually you have made our life very simple now. We'll put into words what you spoke, and that will simply be our report. Well, today has been a very fruitful day. We have been sitting for almost 9 hours now, from 10 o'clock in the morning, but for a small gap of 15 minutes for lunch, maybe 20 minutes for lunch. We have had 12 speakers, starting with Dr. Jacqueline Hughes, who gave a very comprehensive discourse on the entire gamut of climate change and the issues of agriculture sector and a number of other issues. Dr. Lakshmipati Gowda spoke about the need for addressing agriculture in a very comprehensive way. Sanjay Vashisht took us from the Rio to Glasgow, a very nice journey from 1992 onwards till the latest development. Dr. Prabhakar spoke about the IPCC's systems and the way the reports are being prepared, etc. Dr. Krishna Kumar, the horticulture DDG, former horticulture DDG, was very comprehensive and gave us a number of insights into what horticulture can do to address the climate change issues. And Narendra Chadha and Dr. Muralidhar spoke about the aquatic and both freshwater and brackish water aquatic culture and other issues. Dr. Bhupen Dubey was very lucid and very candid, and in a number of questions that he reacted, and it was very nice to listen to a private sector perspective for a person like me who have been in government sector for about nearly 4 decades, to listen to a private sector perspective of how things can really happen, and it was really nice learning for me. And Dr. Rajeshwar Rao spoke about agroforestry, and Dr. Ramakrishna spoke about the biofuel, use in biofuel in addressing the climate change issues. And Dr. Venkatram very nicely spoke about the issues about the seed industry and how it can help. On the whole, we had a very productive day today. And like the icing on the cake, Dr. Darwai at the last session spoke very comprehensively about the policy issues and the strategies for future development. And tomorrow again we'll assemble at 9:30. Yeah, start 9:30. Again we have about 10-12 speakers tomorrow. And this initiative that the CAPA has taken, we want to be on the lines of the Terry's Delhi Sustainable Development Summit, which was an annual affair some time back. And we want to do this type of an event once in a year, at least once in a year. And every year we'll identify a new and contemporary topic, and we'll call the speakers from who's who in the industry and in the subject matter. And then at the end of the day, it would be a learning for all of us. And also we will end up with sort of a policy paper to be recommended to the government. And CAPA and IMR, I think jointly we have done this year, and we'll continue to do the same thing next year. So with this, I close session and hand over back to Dr. Tonapi. And thanks to all the speakers who have come today and who have taken time to address and share their views and thoughts. Thank you so much. Tonapi, you are muted.
Thank you very much, sir. This is the time to conclude, probably having spent almost 9 to 10 hours. I think none of the topics had any repetition today. That was the novelty in today's entire day's program. And tomorrow also each one is different. And morning we had about 200 plus people who were on board. And I think tomorrow again, we will have many people attending the sessions of their interest. So with this, I would like to say thank you very much and have a good night, sleep, and tomorrow we will meet again. So thank you very much, sir. Good night.
Thank you very much. Good night. Good night, everybody. Thank you so
Good night.
much.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Good night.
Bye.